The stream is starting right now. What is going on, my frosty friends? My name is Wintercasice, and welcome to Discord Dungeons and Dragons with the Solaires, specifically Wanderer, Stray, Tiny, and Wow. Say hi, guys.
Hello.
Hi guys.
Yeah, there we go. Mission failed successfully.
I am very happy right now. I get to use the new dice.
Whoop!
Cool.
Whoop! New dice.
They're see-through blue dice.
Are we gonna
They
see?
look cool?
Do we get to see a picture?
Yes. Hold on.
Please, dude. If you're
Dice all lined up.
if you're gonna show a new dice, so like we need to see them.
Oh man, I hope you're not looking at the chat right
I say I'm not at the moment. I currently have your
now.
guys's.
Don't do that.
Is there something inappropriate that I should know about?
It's not entirely inappropriate. It's not like
Oh.
instant demonetization or anything.
But
But
It's close.
it's it.
It's just all the only thing I see in my mind is Jim Carrey in the mask going, "Somebody stop me!"
There you go.
Nice.
That's the dice check.
Somebody stop me.
Nice.
Pretty close.
Have mercy, dude. Like if nobody's seen Jim Carrey's The Mask, they need to see Jim Carrey The Mask. I'm just saying, like
Agreed.
it's a good movie. I mean, you need to watch any of Jim Carrey's films. To be frank, here, like come on, like most of Jim Carrey's movies are thumbs up. He even makes the new Sonic movie really really good.
Bruce Almighty was my favorite.
Ooh, and so is Liar Liar.
Oh, I'm not sure if I saw.
Have you never seen Liar Liar? That's such a good movie.
I feel like I have, but it was so long ago I can't remember anything about that.
He's the guy. He's the lawyer who literally like lies to like win his cases and everything. And then like I think it was his nephew who makes a wish that he can't lie anymore. Like he has to be honest.
Oh, I remember that now.
So what?
Son. Nephew, son.
Oh, so was it his son? Okay, thank you. But to say it was still one of my favorite lines in that whole thing was, "I can't lie." It's he's so funny. There's tons of movies. I still don't understand why The Grinch, Who Stole Christmas, the live action movie, gets so much flack. He's literally same. Like he's literally the staple of that, and I still make jokes about that even now. Still, one of my favorite jokes is like, "We saw the Grinch, the Grinch, the Grinch." Now, what do you want? No, I mean, the Grinch. Oh no! Oh! All right, but anyways, this is Discord Dungeons and Dragons. We need to get into the game. We could easily talk nonsense for a while. So, if everyone is prepared, I think.
Did it?
Oh gosh.
Ouch.
Nope.
Oh god.
I hope it didn't break.
Did it break? Do we need to know if it broke?
No.
Okay. That's
That
all.
phone fell off the bed.
Okay. I would hope it doesn't break. It's a smartphone. It'd be
Yeah, it's a dumb phone.
It would be a crazed smartphone at that point. But I
It
think
would be a blue smartphone.
But I think, guys, it's time to know what happened last time on D&D. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes.
All right. So with that being said, last time on D&D, after everything that the party has been through, once arriving in the city of Stratford, between dealing with the Thieves Guild, having been thrusted into the battle that was at the forefront of the city, having to take on the generals of the battlefield, having to fight a being far more than what they expected, and proving a conspiracy amongst the Empire, the party reconvened in the Nexus underneath of Stratford, verifying stories, combating truths, and coming to a point where they realized maybe this fight is more than what they signed up for. Realizing the city was in actual dire danger, the majority of the civilians had already been evacuated, starting a safe part of the section of a city being set up for them, a refugee camp, essentially, if you will, set up at the capital. With that being said, the party trying to make decisions for themselves, trying to make plans, came to the point of using the skull of truth and lies to answer some questions, to come to some final decisions. And upon conversation, much deliberation, the party agreed that they needed to teleport out, and the first place they needed to go, as far as the party member Bimp was concerned, the party needed to head back to Pegland. Aware of the story, where this campaign and where the Solaires started, in order to save the people that are there and find out some secrets about some ancient rituals and maybe more about demons than what they know back at her master's tower. And so the party gathered together, said their goodbyes, and ultimately made their way to Pegland's tower.
Oh, we just lost Belrace.
I saw that, and I hope everything's okay. Did his internet crash?
Yeah, that's what he said. Wi-Fi, no, please. Oh, he's back.
Okay. Hey, bud. About to say.
Gonna kill my Wi-Fi.
I don't blame you. Was there any? Do you want me to repeat, or are you okay?
Yeah. Repeat, please.
Okay. I assume you heard up to the part where you guys were at the Nexus.
Yeah.
Okay. So at the Nexus, the party using them, basically coming to some decision making, realizing that this whole battle was more than they can take on their own, especially with multiple of these beings that ultimately even an empowered Gardan couldn't take. They had to make the decision to back away. And using the skull of truth and lies, found out some answers they were looking for, but also realized maybe that is an instrument of destruction. Deciding amongst each other with much deliberation, the first stop that they needed to make was back to Pegland, where the story began, to find answers, maybe to find more about these demons and what their ultimate plan truly is, and maybe a way to stop them. And so the party, with some more reluctant than others, deciding to go through the portal back to Pegland, in Pegland's tower. And with that being... Go ahead.
Considering that winter is in roll 20, I assume we're going to need it.
We're more than likely going to need it. Because you guys are in a very dangerous area.
I'm muted.
However, my maps may not be as glorious as I want them to be because of the fact that I was trying to build a specific kind of map, and I don't have the pieces for it because I've been broke. So, you guys are just going to have to roll with me.
No worries.
So, if I ultimately think, if you guys land in a situation I feel better would be left up to the imagination, then that's what we're going to do. But if I can provide a map for you guys so that way battle tactics and all that stuff can be discussed, then I'm going to do that.
Yeah, it makes it so much easier to have actual...
Yeah, I agree. And if I had more time, you guys know I would absolutely be tackling that and doing more of that. And even when I get a job, I'm going to be doing more of that. I've just been... But because I've been trying to get a job and not be a lazy piece of shit and being pulled in every direction, I haven't been using my computer.
That's fair.
Oh yeah. The same thing I ask every month. Do you enjoy that 25?
I do. I absolutely do. Considering it's my lifeblood right now, yes. Same with the money I get from Cameron. Like, that's the lifeblood for myself right now. So thank you very much. And you too can be a supporter on Patreon. No. No, I'm not going to get into that sales pitch.
Oh yeah.
Moving on.
Plug yourself.
No.
Plug yourself, Winter.
No, not right now. It is 11:42. It's 12:42 for you guys. We're getting going. So,
Okay.
the party, the last thing you guys saw was a flash as you'd entered the portal that Bimp had created. Some more reluctantly than others. And the next thing you guys see, starting with Blue being one of the first people to go through, you come into a room. It seems dark, and as you enter, you suddenly hear the of flames being lit. You look up and you immediately see torches.
Ouch.
You immediately see torches that are just lit.
Oh.
And
Well, that's magic voodoo junk.
And as you take a moment to look around, no perception checks needed for right this second, for a base observation.
My past perception could do it.
Yeah, pretty much. You currently are standing over a circle. Obviously very similar to the one that Bimp had drawn out before you. And as you kind of look around, it seems to be kind of an empty room, but the room around you is made of stone. It doesn't take you long for you to remember that there was a very large stone tower inside of Pegland that was described nearly 2 years ago to you. And moments later, the rest of the party comes through. The last two being Henrik and Belwraith, as they both kind of land with a little bit of a thump.
Well, welcome home, Bimp.
It has been some time. Hopefully my master hasn't changed anything. As you watch her kind of take a step forward towards the door.
I gotta stand back in case it explodes.
I assume the rest of the party's doing the same.
Yeah, because you're still half leaning on Blue.
Yeah, that's true. That is very true.
Yeah.
And you watch as Bimp walks up to the door, and you watch as she actually places her finger on it, and you watch as she starts to trace an outline. And by the time she moves her finger, she's done moving her finger, you watch as you hear a thunk, thunk, and the door opens up. Okay, I believe everything is good. Just we should be careful not to touch anything. My master didn't show me everything,
All right.
but I can at least show us to the chambers where it should be safe to sleep.
All right.
Works for me.
All right,
Do you need
what?
Guardian to carry you, or are you good with walking?
I think I can walk.
Are you sure?
Yeah. He stands up a bit straighter, but half wobbling. No, I got it. Really.
Oh yes, yeah. I'm sure. I'm gonna cast second level Cure Wounds on him.
Okay, but I say go ahead and roll for that.
He
Don't know what's
has
wrong
2
with
levels
him.
of exhaustion.
Oh, never mind. I thought it was.
No, I mean you could heal him anyways. You could certainly heal him anyways. He's low health too.
Oh well
Yes,
then. Yeah, I'll do
But he
that.
also has 2 levels of exhaustion. We
Take
shouldn't just glimpse
15
over
healing.
that.
Take 15 healing.
All right.
And
My brain just shit on me.
I'm gonna push a finger into his shoulder, see if he falls over.
I mean,
Hold on.
I assume with how agile Kazir is, I think that you push him, he kind of topples for a second and then catches himself.
Yeah. That's exactly it.
Exhausted, yes, but not dead.
He kind of leans over with the push, but rebalances himself rather easily.
He's not level 3 exhaustion when like his movement would be cut in half.
Yeah.
If you have any weird dreams tonight or anything along those lines, if you start feeling weird, tell us. That skull could have done something weird to you.
Good plan.
All right.
And thanks, Belwraith.
Mm.
I assume at this point you guys start to follow Bimp.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
You watch it. Go ahead.
Oh, did I bring my dogs, or are they still at the nexus?
No, the dogs are with you. Same with Garnan's pets. About to say they were with you at the time.
Okay,
You-
thought so.
You guys didn't bring them up, but you know that if they knew you were going to be gone, they would have taken them down.
Yeah,
to
you're
you.
a good DM.
I'm not an asshole. I'm not like you forgot them. Oh well.
Yeah.
You forgot
I've
to
heard
feed
that
your
a lot.
pets.
Some DMs would do that
There
bullshit.
there are, and to be fair, I mean it is a player's responsibility to keep track of your pets, but I'm not a dick. So,
Yeah, yes.
moving on. You guys, I assume you guys follow Bimp.
Yes.
All right. So as you follow her, you watch as she is being careful. Like you get the sense that Bimp was trained here. She understands what her master was willing to do to protect their knowledge. And you probably get the sense of like Bimp's been trained on a lot of stuff. But there's probably some things that she doesn't know.
Fair.
She was a level 1 wizard when you guys met her, not a level 5 or 10.
Level 3.
Sorry, level...
Were we level 1?
You were level 1 when you guys first met.
Oh.
Remember, you guys were only level 3 after you slayed the dragon in Cobalt Hall.
That was a long time ago.
It was nearly 2 years ago. The only person who entered this party starting at level 3, if I remember correctly, was Garnan.
Yep.
And he started at level 3 because the rest of the party was level 3. And Belwraith joined when you guys at level 6, 7.
Didn't he start a level below us and then had to work his way up?
I believe so, yes.
Yes.
But point being, you guys met Bimp at level 1, and she was trained to level 1 as a wizard. So she probably doesn't know this tower completely, like all the security measures. So she's being careful. All right, just make sure you follow me and don't touch anything, please. I need to take some time and actually know what my master locked up and made sure I know where to look properly. I have a pretty good idea of where she would keep this information. Better say, so she'll lead you through, and the first room you guys walk into, you guys see this seems to be like a massive like common area. Like there's a lot of chairs and tables, a lot of like essentially like lit candles that the wicks don't seem to be going down and the wax isn't melting. You see a lot of You see a lot of magic around you, essentially. But this room seems to be, like, for sitting. With rugs, chairs, and various places to, like, relax. You would assume that if... Go ahead.
I gotta roll something. Because, remember, Plus mom is a wizard. She's not dead. Okay. It doesn't remind me that much of him. That much.
All right, but as you guys progress, you see that Bimp is not stopping. She's still walking through. Basically, keep following.
Yeah, Kazir definitely doesn't stop following.
All right, as you
he kind of looks around, but it's like I don't know anything about magic shit, so
it's more like ooh, yeah,
exactly.
And as you
interested, doesn't know anything, so yeah.
You watch as Bimp walks up to another door, and you watch as she instead of tracing something, you watch as she puts her fingers up to the door, and you hear. My microphone's gonna cancel that out. God damn it! You basically hear 3 knocks, and then you hear 2 knocks, and then you hear a single knock. And suddenly you hear a giant, like, kerchunk as the door becomes unlocked.
Nice magic lock.
Well, my master was very cautious about her, what she wanted to protect. And only... The thing is, she has specific designs for these locks on the doors. So that way, if someone were to magically unlock it, it would still trigger. You need to know the different codes in order to open the doors.
Good to know.
In other words, if you end up getting kidnapped or something, we're just stuck here. But that won't happen because this place is safe.
Yeah.
No. If somebody were to have broken into this tower, I honestly hope they died quickly.
Yeah. They probably
kind of laughs at that comment.
I wouldn't doubt that many people have tried.
My master's not a merciful one.
Good. That is also good to know.
You do use a lot of fire. I would have guessed.
Well, she was a trained. I was trained as an evocation wizard, and trained to use that kind of magic. My master used a similar type of magic, but she also dabbled in various other magics as well. But either way, you should continue to follow me.
Okay.
Will do.
All right, and so she continues forward. And as she does, you notice that you are now in a bit of a hallway. And this hallway seems to be very much like just kind of a nice walk space. You do see pictures on the wall. You see a lot of people in robes. Like, you see pictures of, a couple of women, a couple of men. You see a couple of pictures of, like, women standing together, kids standing together. You're seeing, like, children, adults, elderly. It seems all around.
I would like to look for any, if I notice any. Or
Absolutely.
investigation or perception?
You're specifically looking for something, so investigation.
All right.
If this was just base general looking around, it would be a perception.
Okay. My investigation modifier,
Pardon me.
which is a +4. That would be a 18.
18? All right. So
14 plus 4.
as you are looking around at these pictures, some of them these paintings, some of them seem really old. Magic seems to be what's protecting them from, being destroyed or ruined. But you could still kind of see, based on the fatigue of the paper that the paint was put on, some of these paintings are older than others. It doesn't take you too long to kind of piece one and one together. These are either people this master knew, or people that are tied to this place. There are a total of about 8 to 10 pictures here. I say pictures, paintings. Apologies. You start to kind of come down to the last couple ones.
I'll be right back. Hold on one moment.
Not a problem. You kind of start coming down to the last couple of them, and you notice there was a child who seems to be dressed in red robes with like brown hair and glasses, and with that had purple eyes. You see the next picture, which seems to be an adult version of that child, but it's probably in her like early 20s, mid 20s, similarly looked, wearing glasses, and seems to be wearing a red cap to go on top of her head. Kind of looks like a traditional wizard's cap, if you catch my drift. And then the next picture you see a very familiar individual. You see a young, bright, cheery-looking gnome with red hair and a little bunny rabbit with a horn. You would easily recognize that as Bimpnotten.
And he looks so much more sad now than in that picture.
Well, to be completely honest, I was a lot more sad then than I am now. I didn't exactly have the greatest beginning to life, and if it wasn't for my mom, and if it wasn't for Master Uvira, I wouldn't be where I am today.
Well, I guess not everyone's dream is being in the middle of an apocalypse, but we make it work.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Considering my magic is literally the practice of... You watch as she conjures flames to her hands. Battle isn't exactly a dangerous place for me to be when I practice this kind of magic. But I don't thrive on it or love it. I just like learning magic. But either way, follow me. It should be one more turn here, and we should make it to the sleeping quarters.
All right.
Excuse me.
I'll stay close.
And as you guys progress to follow her, you come up to another door. This door seems a bit different, though. You've seen, like, pretty just standard traditional doors walking up. This one seems to have a weird tint to it. Like, it's like a nice wooden lacquered door, but you're seeing, like, a tint of, like, red off of it.
Pretty.
You guys might want to step back for a moment.
Okay.
You watch as she extends out her hand, and you watch as fire kind of engulfs it. And you watch as she just lets out some of the flame. And you watch as she kind of... It almost looks like she burns a sigil on it. It's rather an interesting thing to see, as you watch as the fire burns and she essentially, like, moves her finger along the flames. And you watch as a symbol of what appears to be kind of like a diamond appears on the door. And then you basically hear a massive, like, essentially...
Unlocking sound.
It's actually not really unlocking sound, it's more of a sound.
Oh, okay. Makes sense.
And then you watch as she walks up and she moves the handle and it opens.
Fancy.
Well, some of these doors are trapped. And they have very specific ways of canceling them. It's better, again, I lead us anywhere. Please don't touch anything.
Don't have to tell me twice.
Also,
He half chuckles.
Also, that was kind of part of our training for us to go to sleep. If we didn't do that, Master Revere wouldn't let us sleep.
Ah,
That sounds like fun.
Like I said, not a lot of people get trained by Master Revere.
understandable.
And you watch as she opens the door for everyone. As you walk in, you see a beautiful looking room. Like, it's basically, you see on the walls tapestries of various symbols on it, which doesn't take you long to probably get the idea of, maybe these are symbols of guilds, maybe the symbol of countries, who knows, or symbols of magic. You walk in, you see, like, rugs on the floor, very comfy looking rugs. Like, if you would have to guess, you would probably say these are like furs on the floor. A massive fireplace, and you see multiple beds in this room. Count them up. There's about 12 in this massive room. The room is warm and very comfortable.
Seems like a good place to sleep.
Yeah. It's,
I'd say. So yeah, Pimp looks around, looks back to you guys, and she goes, "Okay, this room should be safe for us to sleep in for the night. If any of you guys want to get some sleep, I'm pretty tapped on spells, so probably best we all get some sleep, in my opinion."
yes.
Pardon me.
Kazir,
Yeah.
do you still have that death ward ring?
I'm not sure if I gave that back to Gartnan.
No,
You
you
never
not.
said you did.
Oh.
Nope.
Well then, yeah, I do.
Can I borrow it for a second?
Sure. He hands Blue the ring as he starts heading for bed.
Give it back to me when you're done, Blue.
All right.
All right. So you wanted to cast the sending spell,
I'm good at cast sending.
and who are
You
you?
already knew what I was gonna do.
Yep. And I was about to say, and who are you casting sending to? You went static there for me.
Same here. I heard it too.
You want to repeat that, Tiny?
I said I've got to find his name, and I always go static when I'm entering.
Are you talking about Theander?
Yep.
Oh boy.
Alright. Uh, the message I'm going to send is. Let's see. I'm trying to remember what I usually called him. I think it was just friend.
Man.
Which is, I'm gonna go with that. Uh, hello, Theander. Here's some news. The Broken Skulls have started gaining power and are working to open a portal to the Abyss. This portal will bring demons into the overworld and will change the area.
You get cut off there. 25 words.
How many?
I was counting them as you were speaking. Remember, this isn't the freedom of talk. It's freedom of sending a message.
I got the point across. They're opening a portal.
I have to do something real fast. Interesting. So, Blue, as you focus on that and you kind of send out the magic into the air, you hear a loud as you feel the spell did not go through.
Oh, no.
That means he's on another plane of existence. Oh boy.
Or, oh, no, never mind.
Nope.
It could also mean that it's an anti-magic zone.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Anti-magic makes it feel like it's bouncing off of something.
Oh, good point.
I mean, to explain it essentially is, even in an anti-magic area, you can feel the spell go out, but you can tell it doesn't reach its target.
Ah.
That's basically to explain it. Cause
No, I mean like we're standing in the anti-magic zone. There's two different.
Yeah, no, I hear you, but about to say, if it was an anti-magic zone, Tiny wouldn't have been able to cast the spell to begin with.
That's a good point.
I would have explained that the moment he tried, he would try to conjure the magic, and it would fizzle. I won't bullshit you guys on stuff like that. Like, I'm not an asshole. I would explain to you, like, the moment you try to cast a spell, you don't feel the energy needed to cast it.
That's unnerving. I'm gonna give it back to Garnan. I just got some bad news. Giving the death ward.
You see Karik and kind of give you a look. What do you mean by bad news?
Well, I was casting a sending spell to Theander, and it seems that he's in a different plane of existence at this current point in time, which is really bad.
Oh.
Yeah.
Who's the ender again?
The leader of the Neo-Naga.
You see some gears churning in his head. Never heard of him.
The cultist who owned the mask that I gave you.
Oh, yeah, the people you and Kazir met. Right.
Yeah.
Their leader seems to be in a different plane of existence, which is bad.
Well, that seems unfortunate.
Yes, but the area he's in, or is supposed to be in, is currently underwater. I think something bad might have happened with that. I'm gonna go to sleep.
Probably the best thing we can do right now is all rest. For now. That way, if something goes on, we'll be recharged somewhat.
All right.
Yes.
So you all go to bed.
Yeah.
All right. About to say, Garnan, Belwraith, you guys, you going to bed as well?
Arnan's gonna take a look at the dashboard ring, just look around the room, and he's gonna get ready for bed.
All right. So you put on the ring, you take a look around the room. It seems comfortable enough. I'd say there are no windows or anything here, and the room itself it seems to almost be like temperature controlled, like almost like our modern living is just like the air is just nice enough that it's like it's not uncomfortable. It's the warmth that is refreshing, but it's not too much. It's like someone turned on it's like the heater is on just the right temperature.
I like the freezing cold.
Exactly.
There.
But as you guys get down and resting for the night, but everyone seems to get bundled up. I will say the people with the highest perception, so
I
about to say Blue and I would say Kazir as well.
Yep.
I have a +7.
Plus, nice. What's your pass? So your passive perception is 17.
Yeah, what?
10 plus that.
So yeah,
Yeah,
17.
yeah.
So I would say Belwraith as well. As the three of you kind of get down and like pretty much are comfortable at this point enough to sleep, you notice that everyone is passing out except for Bimp. Bimp is sitting on a bed. As you
Not my problem. I'm going to bed.
fair enough. But you'll notice that she seems to be kind of looking around the room.
I'm gonna roll on something quick.
All right.
I want to roll insight.
You can roll insight if you wish.
Kazir kind of groans as he sits up. You okay, Bim?
I will allow Blue to roll an insight check if he wishes to. If you want to roll an insight check too as well, Kazir, you can as you get up
sure.
to say that.
18 plus.
My insight, I'm pretty sure, is 0, so yeah, that's just a 5, which I don't see shit.
21.
Something's bothering her. You're not sure what. Something's bothering her. To you, Kazir. For you, Blue, you can see kind of a pained expression on her face. Not a sense of like sorrow or pain or anything like that, but more of almost like guilt. And Kazir, as you kind of sit up and you ask her if she's okay, Bimp just looks over and goes, "Yeah, I'm okay. Just."
At this, Blue's gonna sit up. Liar.
I'm not lying. It just I was trained as Master Uvira's student. And as part of my training, I'm not supposed to bring other people here. The circumstances needed it, and we're needed here to do good things. It's just there is a pain of guilt. I was trusted. And I don't want to betray her trust.
I'm sure that she will understand that this is the only solution for right now.
I'm kind of trying to sleep, so could you? Sheesh.
Is that her? Just, it's okay. It's just we need to get some sleep. I know that it's necessary.
Yeah.
I'll try the sending thing again tomorrow to see if it works. Good night.
Good night. And I assume at that point you all go to sleep.
Yeah, Kazir lays back down and goes. This time, as soon as he lays down, he's.
Okay.
Chilling with the dogs.
Alright. Everyone passes out. About to say, Garnan is surrounded by a flying cat dog, and a wolf growing pup. The pup is actually growing to an okay size at this point. It's now gone from like little puppy to now it's like probably like not quite a lab size, but like getting there.
Oh God, it's getting into angsty teen phase.
But with that being said, everyone passes out. I'd like everyone to mute but Stray.
Oh shit.
I was right.
Kazir.
Yeah.
As you are sleeping and resting, you feel a very weird sensation. Something doesn't feel right. Your head kind of starts to swirl a bit. You know you're asleep. You know you're unconscious. You kind of reach out, and it's almost as if you're falling. It kind of hurts. You feel a pain throughout your entire body. But as you keep falling and falling, you suddenly feel a hand catch you. And you see a face in the darkness. A familiar reddish orange face with dark greenish eyes. Worry not, Kazir. Whatever harms you, I will be there to protect you. As you feel the familiar embrace of Zucketmoy.
Kazir kind of relaxes feeling this. Is it a relaxing feeling or kind of like it's almost entrapped?
It's kind of a weird feeling. You basically were free falling, and you were prevented from continuing to fall, essentially.
All right.
So, I mean, a sense of calmness is not a bad thing in this particular case. Whether or not truly relaxed is questionable.
That's fair.
But
it feels a little bit like someone catches you, but you don't completely trust that person who caught you.
Exactly. It's like, thank you for catching me. Please don't drop me.
Hey, hold on. You're laying on moss. It's very comfy.
I mean, fair.
That would be true.
But as you kind of catch your footing, she looks to you. That item that you used. What is it that did this to you?
Kazir kind of looks at her, the skull of truth and lies. He says, unsure if he should actually say this now, but not having much of a choice kind of feeling.
Oh. That thing is still around, isn't it?
Yeah. Blue left it at the thieves guild, basically. They'll say.
You watch as Zucketmoy kind of comes down to your level. Zucketmoy is a rather tall being, and you kind of get the sense that Zucketmoy is probably a lot bigger than she seems to be, in the person. That when she's in in this particular happenstance, she seems to just be a smidge taller than you. She kind of comes down to your level, and she looks you in the eyes. Do you trust me?
Not sure how to answer this. I'll just go with it. Because you're kind of nods. For the most part, yeah.
I need you to hold still.
Oh, this is gonna hurt, isn't it? Kazir nods and holds still as he can.
Do you watch as she puts her hand on your shoulder? And you watch as as she puts her hand on your shoulder, you watch as two fuzzy red-orange fingers go down your shoulder to your hand, Are you left-handed or right-handed as Kazir?
I never thought about that. I'll say left-handed just because.
Okay. So you watch as she traces it down your left hand, and she follows it to your palm. And you watch as she, like, kind of gives you a look, almost as if, and puts her hand on your sleeve, and kind of looks at you as if, is this okay?
Is there kind of apprehensive but nods as he holds out his hand slightly, the hand that she's got the fingers in.
As you extend out your hand, you watch as she kind of rolls up the sleeve, almost as if like the sleeve itself just kind of fades out of existence for a moment.
Makes sense.
You see a marking on your arm. You see what appears to be a sigil of a skull. And you see that where the eyes of the skull are, you see 2 in each of the sockets.
Oh, shit.
Tisk tisk Kazir, playing with cursed artifacts.
Fuck.
Hold still. You watch as she traces her fingers back up your palm, up to your forearm, where the where the symbol is. You watch as she mutters some words, and you feel a sensation on your body, like a stinging pain, like almost as if someone's like grabbing like the outside of your skin and just yanking as hard as possible.
Azir growls in a bit of pain, but withstands it.
And you watch as she pulls out like she pulls her hand away from your arm, and you watch as being pulled out is almost like a shadow, like some shadow like bones pulled from your body. The symbol fades. Your arm is back to its normal just fur color. And you watch in her right hand, you see what appears to be like a smallish, like shadow-like skeleton. Playing with things far more powerful than you could ever understand. And you watch...
sorry.
Oh, no problem. And you watch as she just starts to like clasp her hand together until she shatters it into nothing.
I will make sure to be much more careful from now on. But what exactly did it do to me? Because he had no clue that it cursed him.
None of you.
I should have.
None of you
Someone
noticed.
should have rolled.
None of you noticed.
Yeah.
But she did.
Thank goodness.
She looks at you. That was a timer of death for you. For every time you slept, you would draw closer to death.
His ears blood run cold when he hears that.
You should be thankful.
His ear kind of bows his head. I am very grateful.
I can only
With a slight tremble in his voice.
I can only come to you when the barriers are as weak. So when you sleep, I am closer to you. Be thankful you're my warlock, or you could have died.
I am very thankful right now. Oh,
Do not forget the kindness that I have granted to you. Oh, and be careful.
I will be much more careful from now on.
It's not safe where you are.
What do you mean?
And you watch as suddenly the moss fades away. You are left in complete darkness. You're not falling. that cold and pain and sensation is gone. But you are left standing on a single patch of moss. And you are left alone. Until finally you awaken. In a little bit of a sweat. But not too bad. You are fully rested. And the points of exhaustion are now gone.
Oh, both of them?
Yes.
Cool. Good to know.
You seem to be the first one awake. Everyone else can unmute at this point. By the way, be thankful with my dice rolls. I rolled to see if she would notice.
Oh, I get you, definitely. And
Blue has told everyone that she's a fine lord.
yeah, she's definitely a good one.
Sure, let's go with that.
She's better than the rest so far.
So I was about to say, so far, she is the queen of rot after all.
Yeah.
The world will come to her anyways.
It'll come to her eventually.
Kazir kind of, as he wakes up, he kind of goes to check the time, or sees if there's a way to know what time it was.
About to say, there doesn't seem to be a clock or anything. Like, as you know, clocks are an item that does exist in my universe. They are obviously magic powered.
Blue has a pocket watch. If you.
Well, I mean, some clocks were as old as the 1500s, I think.
Yes, but in this particular case, for this world, it's most of the clocks that exist are either sundials or modern engineers created by artificers.
Yeah, it would make sense if you got a little stone to power the thing that rotates instead of a spring.
Are you saying that if Neko got a pocket watch, he'd look at it and say brother?
No, because a pocket watch doesn't have sentience.
That we know of.
that we know of.
That would be an interesting idea for a cursed item.
But yeah, Blue has a
Well,
pocket
being
watch.
awake, Kazir would assume that it's been a full night's rest. So Kazir kind of go. Would Kazir be smart? Yeah, you know what? He would be smart enough. Kazir goes to check Garnan to see if he has a mark on his arm.
All right.
Just to make sure.
All right. You go over to Garnan, and since you're looking for something in particular, roll an investigation check.
All right. And I'll actually use Avery for this one.
While you're at it, roll a stealth check.
I don't like to hear that. Okay, so for my investigation, my brain just... Wait, where is... God, I hate having too many charts.
No, it's all good. Investigation is intelligence.
Oh. Yeah, that's a +1 to my... Yeah, to investigate... No, that's not investigation, that's intelligence. Sorry.
Do you have proficiency, or...?
My brain is not working right now.
It's all good. Take your time. About to say, just double check it and just...
Oh, +5 is my investigation.
All
so, that was a 7. And my stealth roll was insanely high. Well, I'm not insane. The dice was 10. What?
It's
Oh,
down
yeah.
base, so you can get advantage.
Oh yeah, I forgot to get advantage on stealth. Sorry, my brain did nothing. God, I'm tired.
Not happy.
I assume your stealth is plus...
21.
Okay.
12 is... Oh, 12. Oh, no, wait. 12. My eyes skipped. Plus 12 is my stealth, so that's 22.
All right, 22. So, with that being said, you are able to look at and actually look over Garnan without waking him up, because you do pass Garnan's passive perception. However, Garnan doesn't exactly wear a lot of clothes. If he had a marking at the same part of the body as you did, you notice that his fur seems to be clear.
What is that? Garnan sleeps completely naked?
I mean, that's up to you. Does he sleep completely naked?
No, he doesn't.
Okay,
Lucy, I'm the one who sleeps with armor on, so.
that is true. Everyone else typically would have to take their armor off in order to get a full night's rest.
Yeah.
I don't wear armor, so.
Oh, I know. That's why my comment is that Garnan doesn't wear a lot of clothes awake, so you would be able to see his arms.
Fair.
Okay.
And also, before anyone asks, yes, there was a bed that I was able to accommodate Garnan. But I say, if you had to take a guess, you'd probably say when you entered the room, it probably was able to determine
people and
bed sizes.
I thought we were just all on rugs.
No, there are beds. I said there are about 12 beds in this massive room.
Okay.
Yeah, fair.
I'd say, but Zir, as you kind of finish checking Garnan and verifying he doesn't have it, I assume you take a breath of relief.
Yeah, because your size relief seeing that Garden didn't get to mark.
All right.
And
You're the only one who triggered it.
he kind of looks around the room, just unsure what to do, knowing that the whole room could be rigged in any way, and
Yeah.
Yeah.
You kind of just take some time. You kill some time as everyone else starts to wake up, and you kind of take a look around the room. It's just it looks very much like a nice room. You've been to some pretty nice places before. You've been inside of keeps. You've been inside of barons, dormitories, and all that stuff. You've snuck into places you're not supposed to be that have also been quite nice. Like, this doesn't look like, it doesn't look snooty like the upper crust of all that exists, but it's definitely something that's a little bit classier than your traditional inns.
yeah,
and
that makes sense.
and as far as you can tell, the walls are pretty barren except for the different tapestries.
Remember Moonstone Keep? That was a good place.
I know, right? It was so beautiful once upon a time.
Was
Been some time since you guys have been there.
Yeah.
All right, but with that being said, everyone starts to wake up. About to say around about the same-ish time. Bam seems to wake up pretty easily from all of this, but 8 hours have passed. Actually, I would say that technically, Kazir, you would have woken up to Karak already being awake,
Oh.
and Knuckle being awake,
Yeah, makes sense.
because Karak trances and Knuckle doesn't sleep.
Knuckle also trances.
Pretty much.
Yep, makes sense.
Once I wake up, I'm going to Kazir and pretty much jokingly asking if he has any weird dreams.
Zir kind of narrows his eyes, like, fuck off! But in a joking way, Yeah, it's a good thing that skull's put away.
Wait, you did have weird dreams? What happened? I'm curious.
Let's just say that if it weren't for a certain moss queen, I might be dead.
Second boy's fine. You can just say her name. She's watching you.
I know, I'm just being, that's not, I'm trying to think of the word.
I'm being diabolical. I'm changing sides, don't you know?
No, I just meant messing, I'm just messing around calling it that. I had a specific word, but
Alright.
yeah.
Well, I'm glad she intervened.
Agreed.
Did she say anything while she was there? Bless you.
Pardon me.
Did
Basically-
she say anything to
Basically, she just said she's watching out for me. That's nothing really else important.
For no apparent reason.
Well, I mean, I am her warlock, so that's
Accurate.
kind of obvious reason.
Accurate.
Yeah, but you're You're skipping on a very important thing. I can't say it. So
That Blue has no idea about, so shoosh.
Wait, what? Sorry. Say it out of character because my brain just skipped a groove for some reason.
You know, her saying the area we're in isn't safe.
Oh, she was talking about being dreamy. I thought. Was
Or she could
should I
have
roll
been talking-
insight to see if she meant dreamy
You
or
certainly,
something
you
else?
certainly can if you want to keep this in character.
Yeah, because out of character, I'm not, both in and out of character. I'm not sure. Fuck you.
Why does your insight suck?
What is it? What did you roll?
Training,
The die I rolled with Avery.
training
I got a
point.
2.
Training room
Fuck
point.
it.
Use your normal dice.
You know what? I don't have a training room point, but I do have 1 point of inspiration left, which for this situation, nah, that's a stupid waste of it.
All right. So choosing
I'll-
to just believe what you believe.
Yeah, I'll stick with. Well, she said something about the barrier being thinner, which I assume is just sleep, dream world kind of magic mumbo jumbo. But he actually says that. That's not me paraphrasing.
No, that is correct. She said that she reached you when you were sleeping because she can get to you when the barrier is thinner, which for you, if we're going to talk magic theory again, is the barrier between your consciousness and her realm was closer.
He also did say Sorry, I forgot the last part of it. My brain is cooked. I don't know why.
No,
Also, the last thing she said is we're not safe. We are not in a safe place. Okay.
Well, that's an interesting message.
Yeah.
Why do you get all the cool god stuff? That's unnerving. Ben?
Yeah.
yes, you wish to speak with me?
Yes, Kazir spoke to his, lord. You know, Zugat Mori, everything about that.
She
And,
shudders at that.
Yeah. Zugat Mori told him that the area we are in right now is not safe.
Well, I can assure you, in the tower, we're safe. As far as anywhere out there, she points at the wall. You probably can point out understand what she's referring to. I can't say anything. The tower was meant to be seen from, inside. The only way out is either through the front door or the top.
I'm gonna try that sending thing again to see if it works.
Okay.
That was in character.
I know. I was, as the DM, I'm like, okay. So you're casting sending again.
I'm gonna cast sending on Theander again.
All right.
Theander. Broken skulls opening the portal to the abyss. Changing the area around, letting out demons. Overworld their new home. Bad stuff.
That definitely is under 25 words and simplified.
How many was it?
I think that was like 13. Still have 12 more words.
I was trying to simplify it. They know of your existence. This is really dangerous.
All right.
Uh,
Sending.
More.
Just pull a gesture and go da 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 da.
What are your thoughts on this? That's it. Yeah. 25.
Okay. As you send it out, You let go of the message, and you do feel it go through. It takes some time, but you do hear a response. Good to know. No worries. Soon the world will be flooded, and no demon shall challenge my reign and our glorious God.
Well, fuck.
And that's
So
the...
I didn't mean to start a new villain in the campaign, but I kind of
Whoops. I mean, to be fair, Wolf, there was a cult that existed, but your backstory for your backup character really added to it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Everyone would say thanks, Wolf.
Wow.
I'm going to pull out a sending stone. I'm gonna pull out the razor sending,
Okay.
and I'm gonna just kind of knock on it. Anyone here to listen to a message?
A few moments pass, and you suddenly hear, "Yes, you wish to speak with someone."
Yes. Stratford at this current moment in time is being completely taken over by the Broken Skulls. They are opening the portal faster than expected, and they're using Stratford as Starlum as a catalyst. The Neo Naga is currently planning to flood the world, and they're doing a fast job at it.
We are well aware of what's happening with the Neo Naga. We are currently tracking its leader. As far as what's happening in Stratford, that is good to know, and I appreciate you taking the time to inform us.
You're welcome.
Which, by the way, I just want to point out with a sending stone, all of you guys can hear this.
Oh shit.
Yep, this is like a speaker. Once it's active, everyone within a small area can hear it. It's not like an internal who dis. You know what I mean?
That's why Blue knocked on the stone.
Exactly.
From what I've found out, the leader is currently in a different plane of existence.
Well, he was.
He was. I'm not sure if he still is.
No, he is back on the material plane, to our understanding. We have been tracking him. He returned back to the material plane, a few hours ago, I assume.
Alright. Where do you believe his location is at this current moment in time?
I believe he is on actually a separate country to the west of Atharia. Which at that point you see one person's eyes completely go open. As you see, yeah, I'm about to say, as you see Alosa goes, pardon me, excuse me, which country? Yes, I believe that he has gone to the country to the west known as Oshana?
Oh.
Oh no.
You see you see that you guys would know to the west of Atharia is the country of Oshana, which I don't think I need to piece one and one together who is from that country.
That's bad.
What? A Kratos cult based on based on doomsday and and wanting to engulf the earth, engulf the material plane in water? That's bad? Oh.
We don't care about. Just learn to swim.
It's fine. It's whatever. We got boats. But you see Alosa
Oh,
is
it's like the ocean.
you see Alosa's kind of shocked.
Go look at that.
That's another thing to add onto the list, I guess.
Yeah.
Better say, is there anything else you would like to know about? Or more information that you'd like to give us?
Well, for starters, you probably already know this. You might not. The Church of,
Also,
What's-
Trevor Tastic,
what's
welcome to the
Bella's
chat,
church?
and I also agree.
It was Church of Tyr.
the Church of Tears currently.
Also,
working with
Blitz,
the
welcome to the chat as well.
And it's spreading their infection.
That is good to know. We will send some agents out on the east side of the country to investigate this further.
Tell them to be careful. It's dangerous, and they currently have one of my very close allies captured.
Don't you worry, love. We're very careful. Anything else you wish to let us know?
That's about it.
With that being the case, then, I appreciate the information. Oh, and let Kark know. A tip of the hat to him. And you see the light on the sending stone go blank once again.
I look at Kark.
Which you see Kark is not responding.
I guess you heard it.
I'm aware. Seems like a nice person, though.
Yeah. You get along.
Which, by the way, as everyone is getting up, I assume putting armor on and all that stuff, you notice Alosa seems very reluctant to get out of bed at this point.
Oh, no doubt about that.
Great. I don't know what to do from here. I'm gonna pet my dogs and sit down. You guys can discuss whatever you need.
All right.
Oh.
But I assume as time kind of progresses, everyone gets their armor on. Alosa is the last one to finish putting her gear on.
Directly after the call, Guardian's gonna go over to her.
About to say, sitting next to her.
Yeah.
All right. You
He
see.
puts his hand on her other shoulder, the furthest away from him.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be all right.
Yeah. It will. Just. I can't help but be worried.
From what you told me, the people at are stronger.
Yeah.
They'll be able to hold their own. Don't worry.
Agreed. And there's nothing we can do for them right now. We need to know what's going on. But that still doesn't make it easier. But you see as she looks to you. But at least I can be confident that I'm doing what I need to do.
Just know if we do need to go there, I will be behind you 100%.
You feel she kind of puts your hand. She puts her hand on yours, on her shoulder. I appreciate that more than you can think, Garnan. But we need to do research and we need to find things out, and that's why we're here.
Yep.
And you watch as Alosa kind of stands up with a bit of energy. Okay, Bimp, could you would know this tower. Where do we go? Which at that point, Bimp is like, yes, absolutely. We need to go through the door, and we need to go and take the left rather than the right this time. And you watch as she opens the. Oh gosh.
Ooh. Beep beep.
You watch as she opens the door. Do you guys follow?
Yeah.
All right. So as you guys progress, you come across that turn once again, noticing that there's the left and the right, and you'll notice that as she kind of takes a step to give the appearance of where you guys came from, you watch as she takes from the hallway you guys came from, takes the right, but it's the left from where you guys originally came from. Do you guys continue to follow?
I'm back.
Oh, welcome back.
Welcome back.
Kazir completely follows Bimp willingly, not even a second thought.
All right. So as you guys progress, you come to another door, but this one seems to have a very weird rune on it.
I'm gonna join on my computer real quick.
Okie dokie. Oh. Hold on one moment, guys. You watch as she is going to make a check on this. Uh-oh. Give me one moment. I'm gonna need to take a moment with this.
I trust you.
You watch as she puts her hand on the door. And you watch as she mutters some words under her breath. And you watch as her eyes glow a bluish tint. That was what I was afraid of. Okay.
What's wrong?
The trap on this door had been triggered.
Oh, shit.
But when it triggers, it does reset. But, I need to try something, but I need you to be prepared just in case.
Alright. Kazir kind of prepares himself.
Garnan gets out the Ravager.
Okay. Noted. And Bimp is going to focus, and she is going to cast Dispel Magic. And I need to roll to see if this works. Whoa! Oh, fuck!
That's a big yap.
That's a natural 20!
Jeez.
About to say, you just watch Bimp mutter words under her breath, and you watch as it kind of grows. It's kind of quiet, but then grows louder and louder and louder until you watch as a kind of a pulse, like, kind of comes off of her hand. And as it makes contact with the door, you hear a similar sound. As you then proceed to hear a very loud scream as you see what looks like a black specter turn to dust.
What the hell?
Yeah, that's what I was afraid of, and that's why this tower is safe. You see, there's somebody must have gotten their way into the tower, but they didn't know how to open the door. So when they tried to, it triggered a trap. That was a soul that was trapped here.
Ah.
Yeah, like I said, my master is not exactly a merciful one. She doesn't like it when people try to break into her tower.
That was cool.
So whatever spell was attached to the door must have killed him or her and trapped their body to the and trapped their soul to the door as a kind of a guardian, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I kind of understand. He says with more of a question of like, I think I understand. But
You watch as she then puts her hand on the door, and you watch as she does some squiggles. And you watch as she puts it, then underneath the squiggles, puts her full hand all the way, like her palm to her fingertips on the door. And once again, you just see that familiar vroom, vroom, vroom. And you hear an unlocking sound as she opens the door. Okay, we should have access to the library now.
oh,
Yeah, by the way, if anyone's curious, yeah, no, the door had a soul trap spell on it.
fair.
That's awful.
Oh, it's terrible. But magic users, man, they will protect their shit with their lives. They should be thankful power word kill wasn't on that door.
No, they shouldn't be.
Oh, yeah, that's fair. That would have been merciful.
That would
Yep.
have been merciful.
Yeah, soul trapping is one of the worst things I could imagine.
Oh, it's a terrible spell. It's very awful. You're literally ripping someone's soul from their body.
Yeah.
It's no different than soul trapping in Skyrim. It's pretty terrible when you really think about it.
Did they go to the Soul Cairn as well?
I mean, there is a plane of existence that their souls get trapped to until they're released.
Oh.
It's awful. It's terrible. It's basically a realm of torture. So
Yeah, I could
so
see that.
so yeah, similar to the Soul Cairn. But their souls can be released.
Yeah, I learned something the other day. Apparently the Gaius spell is actually pronounced Gish.
Oh, it's pronounced Gish? That's good to know.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. That's good to know. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll remember that. Gish.
I always pronounced it Gaius or I never thought it was Gaius, but I thought it was Gaius. But it's Gish. That's good to know.
Yeah, I don't know why that's such a weird pronunciation, but that's how it's pronounced.
Well, I learned something today as well. Thank you, Elf.
Yeah.
I'm calling it the Gish belt now.
Wow. But I say, so as the door opens up, the next thing you guys feel is you still feel that sensation of just the right amount of warmth. Like it feels nice in here, but not too bad. Like not too warm, not too cold. But as you walk in, this room is enormous. You guys walk into this room that has several tables and chairs. Once again, there's probably the difference is this room seems to have like 5 tables and like 12 to 30 chairs. But this room is massive. Like, have you guys ever walked into a library and went to the main section of the room? Like, where the library floor.
Not really, no.
I love
I-
that stuff.
I kind of know what you mean.
My local library is really small. So.
Okay, fair.
Oh, yeah, I know what you mean. I haven't been in a library like that in literally almost 20 years.
Old.
God, I hate being old.
I've never been to a library because I don't like the having to return the books.
Yeah, I've seen one of those huge libraries.
Yeah, if I had to put this in perspective of actual schematics of this room is several hundred feet by several hundred feet. Like, this room's enormous. This is like I think the best way to give it a proper description, this is basically a gymnasium in size, like doubled for a big school. I think the better way to put it is more like it's the courtroom for a king, essentially.
There.
But it's got tons of books all along the walls. About to say, you can't even see the top of the bookshelves. It is fucking huge. And you watch as Bim walks right in. Okay, let's see here. As you watch as she kind of walks into the room, goes to one of the tables, and you watch as she kind of walks up to a table and like knocks. Nothing happens. You watch as she walks up to another table and knocks. Gosh darn it. Walks up to another table, knocks again. And as she knocks, you suddenly hear as her hand lifts off, you hear another 2 knocks on top of it. Oh. There you are. Do you think you could get
I
some...
hate magic.
Do you think you could get some books for us? You hear once again the knock. You hear 2 knocks. You watch as Bimp sighs. My name is Student Bimp Naughton. Underneath the tutelage of the Red Wizard of the Firestorm, Uzira. Please, could you get me the books that I need? You hear a single knock. Thank you.
I'll take. Sorry.
We are looking for any information about demons, demon culture, and the abyss. Could you get those for us? You hear a single knock. You watch as Bimp turns to you. Is there any other books you guys want to know anything about?
Lightborn, or whatever they're called.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about, Winter.
What you looking for again? I apologize. I didn't hear you very well.
Blightborn.
Blightborn.
Or whatever you said.
Yes.
Blighted?
Yeah,
I
blighted.
forget what you said there.
Blightborn or blighted. Yes. You watch as Bimp kind of gives you a look and goes, Could you also get us some information about the phenomenon of Blightborn? Okay.
And 1 book on hags, please. Sorry, the chuckle isn't with that.
Oh no, I hear you. As Kazir, more of a serious look of hags, please.
Yeah.
You hear a
night hag in specific. Whatever.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, night hag specifically.
You hear a single knock once again. Anything else that you guys need information on?
I don't really need anything.
Darnan looks to Alosa. Anything you need?
Yes, there is something I need. Do you have any books on a cult known as the Neo-Naga? You watch as Bimp kind of looks at the table, and you hear a
Nice.
A book on that, please. And so Bimp looks at you, at all of you. Anything else? Anything else you want to know about?
I gotta look at God. I gotta look at his god.
Darnan looks at Kark and then looks at Blue. Maybe something on mind curses?
That would probably heavy mind curse erasing or fixing.
You watch as Bimp looks at the table. You do hear a single knocking sound.
Okay. And hold on. Lou pulls out a notebook and looks to it. As in, I'm checking my notes real bit.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. About to say, take a moment. About to say, Philman doesn't seem too concerned. As far as he's concerned, the demons seem to be the big thing to know about. Kark doesn't really know what's going on.
Oh wait, yeah, we know it. I was gonna suggest that Henrik needed a book on like the abyssal disease, but then I realized we have the recipe for the cure. We just need the ingredients still.
It's not really a cure necessarily, but at least a base understanding.
Oh yeah, a treatment or whatever you want.
A treatment. Yes. As far as you guys are concerned, you have no idea what a cure is.
Yeah. Can I get a book and, if possible, a map of Zelatar.
Ooh,
Ooh, interesting.
interesting.
That's Blue's own quest. He needs that stuff.
Fair.
All right, so you're looking for a book and a map on Zelatar?
Yes.
Fair enough, fair enough. You watch as Bimp turns to the table. You hear 2 knocks. Bimp looks at the table.
Okay.
Is that information classified?
That's fine.
Shit. It must be in the it must be in the master's private collection.
Ooh,
I'll just go to the Thieves Guild whenever we get back and get it. I don't need it here.
Okay. Those are the books. Those are the books we need. Unless anyone else, anything.
I feel like there's one more book I should ask about, but I can't remember. Whatever.
If it comes to you, it comes to you.
Yeah.
All right. You watch as she looks to the table, and you watch as she taps 3 times, and suddenly you hear a knock, and then suddenly you watch as about a dozen books appear on the table. Thank you very much. I appreciate your assistance. And you hear a you hear the knock on the table once again. You'll have to forgive me. That was my master's assistant.
I understand, I guess.
Knocking tables seems perfectly normal after this shit I've seen, so don't worry about it.
Okie dokie. Well, either way, here we go. You watch as Bimp looks through the books, and you watch as she hands Kazir a book. It seems to be written in a language that you don't quite understand. Remember, you no longer have the gift that Zugamoy gave you.
Oh yeah, I knew that.
So it is a
I'm gonna
language.
look at it and see if I understand.
That is say, it is. What are the languages you understand?
Where is that
Both you
part
and
of my
understand.
guide?
He understands Common, Draconic, and I think something else. I understand
Thieves
Common,
can't.
Orc. Yeah, I understand Common, Orc, and Elvish.
neither of you recognize this language.
That's fine.
I'm trying to remember how comprehend languages work. Or if it's
If you cast comprehend languages, it's as if the words reform themselves into a language that you understand.
oh yeah, okay.
At least in your mind. That's how comprehend languages works.
Okay. Just so that I'm not gonna have to deal with using comprehend languages, I'm gonna ask them, is it possible I could get this in common?
Unfortunately, to do something like that would take weeks of rigorous translation. If there is a translated version of this, it's either not here, or it's in my master's private collection, which I don't have access to.
That's fair.
Do you know
This.
Yes.
Can I get at least the title of the book, just so that I can put it in my inventory?
1 second, Garnon, you were gonna say something.
This master of yours, are they still with us, per se?
I believe yes. She is. She's just not here. Last time when we were here last time, during the festival, she was on the west side of, the east side of Atharia. She was visiting a fellow wizard. I'm forgetting the name right offhand, but it was inside of Skystead. I believe that was where the other wizard is from.
Okay. Do you think you could ask for permission?
I could certainly try, but if she's in that master's headquarters, then it might not go through. But I could certainly try.
All you can do is try.
For you, Kazir, you can't even read the title of this book.
Dang it. Oh, fine. Comprehend languages.
You
Can I roll intelligence to see what language it is?
you could certainly try.
Okay. That is an 18 plus
Plus what?
Jack. Thank you. Praise.
Beep, beep, boop, bop.
Thanks to Jack of all trades, it's a 21.
21. You do recognize this language. You've only seen it. You've only seen it like 4 times total.
Wow, must be rare.
You've seen it on one of the items you wear.
Oh, fun.
It's written in hex,
Oof.
Yeah.
which Kazir, if you would have taken out this, if you would remember how the hag's name was written, if you put one and one together with enough time, you would have pieced that together as well.
All right.
With that intelligence check, I will say this, and this is all you know about it. Hex is a language that only 2 type of people understand. It's a language of hags. It's how they communicate with each other. It is an ancient form of magic that no normal person knows how to read. Even wizards and scholars have been debating for a long time how hex is written. It's very, very hard to understand. Literally, it takes a mastermind to actually piece together, like a master linguist, essentially, to be able to comprehend the pure definitions of the writing of hex. That's why it's such a forbidden magic. The only other type of people who can read it are witches with enough time, and because of the fact that a lot of their grimoires are also written in hex.
Alyssa?
Can you? Oh, never mind.
Alyssa? Could you take a quick look at this book?
You watch as she walks over and she looks at it. What do you want to know about this book?
Wait, Kazir's book or some other book? Just checking to make sure.
Your book.
Okay.
Um,
Kazir hands it to her kind of willingly.
You watch as she's hesitant to touch it.
Okay.
This is a black book.
Oh,
This is someone's grimoire,
Oh.
but it's not in the traditional sense of a magic grimoire. You watch as she extends out her hand, and you watch as she kind of mutters a word, and you watch as a book appears in her hand.
Fair.
This is a traditional grimoire that us witches use. This is how we keep our magic, similar to how Bim keeps her magic in a book. Some magic is innate. We just know. Others we write down so that we can understand it and pass it on to the next generation. That is a black book. This is not held by witches. This is held by hags. These are essentially dark journals.
See.
I don't think it's a good idea for you to read this, Kazir. Yes.
If it has information, I will read it and help you as much as I can. But I warn you, it's going to have some very ugly things in it.
Kazir kind of nods, and I understand. I would very much appreciate all the help I can get because I need to know everything I can about hags before I try to go after her.
Then how about a trade? I will read this for you if you read this from me. As she hands you she asks Bimp for the book, and you watch as Bimp hands it to Alosa, who hands it to you. It seems to be a leather-bound journal. I will read a
Oh.
book.
It's written in thieves' can.
I will.
Great.
I will read your. I will read your. I will read your book on hags. If you read this book, if you read the book on the Neo-Naga.
That is fair. He takes the book and hands her the other.
All right. She will gingerly take the book from you and set it down.
Fair.
Uh,
Pardon me.
Pip, can I have that book on mind curses?
Absolutely. Here you go. And you watch as she hands you what appears to be a pretty, like, thick-looking leather book. And by thick, I mean, like, thick, like dictionary thick.
When do we have to return these books?
Just as long as we put the books back on the table, or we get permission to take them. As long as we put them back on the table at any given time, we are perfectly safe.
Okay, could I get the book I requested?
Absolutely. And you watch as she grabs a book. This book seems to be a bit thinner. Like, not super thin. There seems to be some detail, like some pages in it, but in comparison to the freaking binder that Blue just got handed, it's pretty small in comparison.
Thank you.
Absolutely. If all knowledge is meant to be shared.
This is heavier than a brick.
And you watch as she then starts handing out books on the books on demon and demonology to everyone else. Kark can't read it.
Fair.
I'm actually. I'm gonna take Kark over. We need to do something.
Okay, what are we doing?
I just want to hang out as I read this because it's a sensitive book, so to speak.
Oh, are you? Can you hurt its feelings or?
No, it's just something that'll be good to read with you.
Roll a persuasion check.
Okay, Bard rolling persuasion. That would be. Well, I didn't roll great. 22, 10 plus 12.
What's going on, Blue? He rolled a natural 20 on insight.
Nice. Kark, I just. Well, I want to find a curse. A specific curse in this book.
Oh, are you looking to curse someone, or are you?
Opposite.
So you know someone who's been cursed?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I mean, I don't read very well, but I can help where I can.
All right.
You watch as Kark just kind of takes up a seat next to you.
I'm-
This is what happens when you get the guy who is cursed with the intelligence of 6.
Yeah. I'm going to set the book on the table.
I just want to comment about. I'm just gonna comment that that was the second natural 20 I've rolled tonight. God damn it!
I'm going to cast a 3rd level enhance ability, the intelligence one, and then I'm going to set the pocket watch on the table and activate it.
All right. So with that being said, because you're all looking up information, I'm gonna go ahead and roll a dice to determine who's gonna be looking first. Okay.
Okay.
All right. About to say, because Wanderer is very quiet, I'm assuming he's looking into a book of demonology.
I got a bag of donuts.
Oh, you bitch. I want some.
All right. Let's start off with first roll for each of you guys. Very fitting. Garnan,
Yes?
I want you to roll just a base intelligence check. If you would prefer investigation, you can go investigation, but it's an intelligence check nonetheless.
Maybe. 1 second. Base intelligence, I'm not very good. Did you give me intelligence, Blue, or no?
No, I gave it to me and Karnak.
Okay. That's a 7.
So 7? Okay. See, now, the point of this roll is you have the information, but this is to determine how long you're going to basically be looking into this book.
Okay.
It is taking a while. And not because it's, like, dense or anything. It's just, this is a lot of magic theory and going into details of reverse genetics, quote unquote, in our like viewpoint, but in their case, it's more like reverse magic. Essentially, the book kind of goes over the detailed outlines of what it means to be a druid. First things first. Basically explaining that a druid is someone who's born with the innate ability to cast nature-based magic. Basically, druids are connected to nature. They're connected to the animals that live in it. They're connected to the forests, the oceans, and various other places and environments in the world. And there is even theory that druids are based on like people who have a connection to the elemental plane of chaos. But I say it's essentially just all the elements broken down into pieces. Then it starts talking about Lightborns. Blightborns
Let's
are
talk about what? Lightborns?
a Blightborn. They are
Okay.
they were someone who was born with the reverse effects. These are people who essentially they are born like a druid, but rather and they still have that connection. It's almost as if they are always on. I guess the best way to explain it is, have you ever like touched water, but then the moment you take your hands away from it and you kind of put it close again, it's almost as if you still feel the sensation.
I do, yeah.
It's kind of like that, except for if they touch the water, it dries up. It's almost as if they kill that sensation that they crave. According to the book, typically Blightborn are kind of evil. It's almost as if they resent druids for the gifts that they were blessed with and the curse that they were born with. And it's something that a lot of Blightborns resent about being a druid. They get a lot of druid-like abilities, but a lot of their magic is based on, well, essentially killing nature. And thus, Blightborns are typically kind of end up in 3 different directions. 1, they don't make it to adulthood. Druids find out about them, and they are put down. 2, they grow up with resentment, and some of the most evil and diabolical villains to civilization are Blightborns. Sometimes they don't blame nature, they blame civilization for what they did to them. The other kinds of magic corrupted them and made them...
So you're telling me that sometimes they become Joker?
Essentially, yes. and then there's the third, which is a rare conundrum, that they have that connection to nature, but they don't resent nature. They kind of blame themselves. It's almost as if they were born, but they weren't good enough to be a druid. They take that curse and they try to use it for good. They use it to like kill rot, kill like basically diseases that would kill plants and spread. They would start using their blight magic to try to prevent like deforestation from insects and stuff that would destroy them. So they would even Blightborn would even go after like invasive species and try to wipe them out. It's a dark job, but someone has to do it.
Okay.
And basically kind of goes into detail. Hi Audrey, welcome to chat. Essentially it goes into detail about how Blightborn's magic works. Someone who doesn't know that they're a Blightborn or can't control that magic, when they touch something, it's almost as if they're like using inflict wounds on someone. It's essentially a kind of a necromantic or dark magic that touches and corrupts. It essentially is anti-life. It's something that, if they can't control it, is incredibly dangerous. They could kill people. They could accidentally kill people. So Blightborn are typically handled with a lot of care. and then it goes into detail as like if somebody grows up with it, they tend to learn to control it. And in which case, it's like they're always wearing gloves essentially, so they're very careful. I think the best way to explain it more like is, if you know about Rogue from X-Men, it's kind of basically when she touches superheroes with her bare hands, she can accidentally steal their powers.
Elsa.
Yeah, Elsa's another good example where if she touches something, she'll accidentally freeze things. It's kind of like that, except for when they get older, it's kind of like they're wearing gloves, and they can prevent that from happening.
What's funny is I made a joke about Elsa, about me being Elsa, saying that the cold never bothered me anyways, and now you're telling me my mother is just angry Elsa?
Possibly, yes. I mean, who knows? But the point being is that it kind of goes into detail about breaks down how the magic works, of how, being Blightborn can be a bad thing, but also how it can be a good thing. If you focus that magic, it is an incredibly powerful weapon. You could really hurt someone using this. You can actually, Blightborns have even been known to be doctors sometimes. When a limb is poisoned, if you were looking to get it amputated, a Blightborn could actually drain everything out of that arm, so it's actually easier to amputate. It's a dark thing to do, but it is something that is possible. And then it starts kind of breaking down into magic theory of where did it come from? How did it happen? It's like,
and does it go into detail on how they're made?
Not necessarily. The only theory that they seem to have in there is one of two things. It is an anomaly born from druids. Basically, if someone was born into a family of druids, they have the capability of growing up to be a druid themselves. And similar to somebody born in a family like that, there is always going to be that 1% chance someone could be born the opposite. It is a huge 180. It is something that's incredibly rare. There aren't a lot of records of Blightborn existing, but they do exist. The other theory is someone could have been born cursed, as in a god was angered or a demon was angered. Someone looked at this child, or maybe the family of that child, and basically said, "You will pay for the things you've done to me," and essentially put a curse of anti-life on a child. And instead of it killing them, it's almost as if they absorbed it.
Okay.
There doesn't seem to be any talk of how to reverse it. It's such a rare thing that any wizard that's studied it, or any druid that's looked into it, it seems more along the lines of trying to do anything to it could kill the host. So it's almost suicidal for a Blightborn to try to reverse their quote-unquote curse. But there's no talk on if a Blightborn could pass their abilities down. It doesn't talk about if a Blightborn can infect others. There doesn't seem to be any of that. It's not like a plague. It just seems to be a rare magical anomaly.
Gotcha. Okay.
It takes you a while to get all this information, but that's pretty much the gist of what this book is telling you.
Gotcha. Okay. Noted.
All right. I'm going to roll the dice again. All right. Blue. I rolled you. So I would like you to roll a intelligence check, or if you would prefer, an investigation check.
It's gonna be just...
All right. And you are...
Quickly before you continue with Blue, I just want to say once Garnan finishes, he is going to go ahead and go speak to Alosa about his findings.
Okay. And we will get to that.
Remember,
Yep, I remember you cast enhance abilities. Also, Valve, this also gives you the opportunity, if you want to take any time to think about any questions, now's the time.
Questions on what?
Well, if Alosa were to know anything, or if there was anything specific.
Okay.
Just in case, you never know.
I cast enhance ability, and then pulled out the pocket watch.
Yes. I'm aware of what you did.
Okay. I'll roll. Hold on. Light. There. Right. That's a 23, 19 plus 4.
All right. So a 23. Even with a 23, it's still going to take you a while. This book is almost pure magic theory. It's going into details about all of the curses that infect the mind. And it takes you a while to kind of, basically you're almost like skimming through it to try to find specific details. And because you cast Enhance Ability on yourself, you're able to kind of look through it a bit easier. And as you're kind of going through it, you're like spending time. Minutes go by. About 45 minutes into your spell, you finally find some of spells that look similar to what you're looking for. There seem to be 3 that really tie into like what you're looking for. So the spells that I have listed here that you can look into, like curses that you can look into, you can let me know which one you want to look at. I warn you, because this is time based. Looking into any of these does take time, so you may end up having to recast if you need to. Just letting you know.
That'll be fun.
Everyone else is not time based because they're like everybody else is just looking into these books and taking time to read through them. You are actually using a spell that's time restricted, and this is a thick book. So there are 3 spells. There are 3 spells that catch your eye when it comes to the details you're looking for. There is a curse. There is the Curse of Enfeeblement. There is the Split Mind Curse. And then there is the Diminutive Mind Curse.
I'd like to look into the Split Mind Curse, since Karek has 2 personalities he can go into.
All right. So you flip open to the Split Mind Curse. And you look into this curse. It seems, for starters, it kind of talks about the basic stuff you would know about. This curse was identified by this wizard of importance. It seems to be a curse, a wizard that focused more on abjuration, and was seemed to be discovered. It was a curse created by a sea hag on a individual that pissed her off for one reason or another.
That's about
Essentially, looking into this, it seems to be the curse is definite. Based on definition, you can tell that it mainly talks about how this sea hag caused this person's mind to split in half, almost as if causing him to have multiple personality disorder, but worse, where basically it takes different aspects.
Not called that anymore.
I'm aware it's not called that anymore, but I'm talking about in the pure sense of it.
Okay.
Because if I called it by the other name, people might not get it, and it's like, go with the name most people know. This isn't someone actually diagnosed with that particular disease.
Yeah, no. Okay.
So with it's like multiple personality disorder, but taken to the extreme and kind of worse. Because it's almost as if they split someone's personality in half, and one side of personality gets this half, and another side of the personality gets this, mixed with almost a random personality. So, basically to explain, it's like, oh, we're taking your intelligence and your charisma, and then we're gonna mix it with this, terrible, awful personality, and then we're gonna take your, your wisdom, and take your, your ability to be nice and calm, and we're gonna mix it with, this nice personality. And basically, it's almost as if you have 2 completely separate individuals, but one is a bit smarter and maybe a bit more charismatic, but maybe they're evil, maybe they're good, who knows? And then you have this other half of their personality that has their morality, they have their sense of wisdom, their street smarts, and they mix it with something that could be potentially good or potentially bad. It's basically almost like you're mixing a bag of nuts with a part of your personalities. You never quite know what you're gonna get out of the bag.
Could I roll intelligence to see how close this is to Kark's?
You certainly could try.
I would certainly try. Been with Kark long enough. That's a natural 20 plus.
No, I hear you.
Is it? 24 with a natural 20.
Okay. You read this and you kind of look at Kark and you think about how his his moods are and how like his personalities, his quote unquote different personalities. What a bag of what? A bag of nuts. You know how it is, Audrey. Essentially, you really think about it. It doesn't quite add up because Kark seems to, on one personality, be really, really dumb, but he still has all of his abilities and his morality is still there. On the flip side, however, you see more of who he is or what he used to be, his morality, but you also see that his intelligence is there. It's not much of a split personality, but more of a dampening of his dampening of his intelligence. It's almost as if someone just kind of put a snare on it. It doesn't seem quite the same.
I'd like to do the diminutive mind curse.
The diminutive mind curse. Okay, this is the last one you're going to be able to look at with your enhance ability on.
I have another. It's a second level spell.
I'm aware. You can easily cast it again. I'm just saying, with the casting time you have left on this, this is the last one you're going to be able to look at. Without having to recast it. So you take the time to read Diminutive Mind Curse. So basically, you read through it, and once again, it kind of goes over the schematics of like, oh, yes, this person, the green, found it. And it was because... oh, wait, hold on. According to this...
He ate a weird fungus in the forest.
No. This person seemed to have gotten cursed by a demon. And it was a spell that had to be heavily researched, not only by a wizard, but also by a cleric, to kind of come to a full understanding. It seems that this curse specifically goes into the realm of wisdom or intelligence. So basically how the spell works, essentially with diminutive mind, is that it's a weird curse. It's a curse specifically designed to mess with the brain, almost similar to that of a chronic disorder. Basically, how do I the best way to explain this? Have you ever seen someone who kind of has a disorder that makes it hard for them to understand something, but then they have brief moments of clarity?
Yes.
You probably see it a lot more with medical shows, where like they talk about like, oh yeah, this person has Munchausen's, but then they have brief moments of like they seem to kind of see through what they're doing, and they apologize because they know it's their Munchausen's. Does that kind of make
like Tourette's?
Yeah, kind of like Tourette's-ish. Whereas Tourette's, like they don't intentionally do it, and they're not even aware that they're doing it. But then they have brief moments of like, oh, I am so sorry. I don't mean to do this. Kind of like that. But it seems...
I got minor Tourette's.
But it seems more like the spell basically talks about how the person basically loses a significant portion of their common knowledge or their base concept of keeping knowledge. And essentially there will be brief moments in which they can almost see through it like a cloud being lifted. But for the most part, it's almost as if they're completely living in the clouds, not being able to see through it, and having brief moments of clarity.
In other words, what I've seen Karik face.
Based on what you know, this seems pretty accurate to what Karik has.
I'm gonna look to see if there's a way to cure it in the book.
You take time to look through the book and read through the entirety of this, basically going over the nuances, the effects, what causes it, how, you know, certain like memories and things can trigger the cloud and kind of make it like weaken so that they can see through it easier, which you've already seen. There have been cases where they could almost go days seeing through that cloud, but then eventually that cloud once again will fill their mind. Apparently, the person who was cursed by this devil, there was a cure, but it was hard to do. There are only two ways to grant reprieve from this cure, to cure this disease, essentially. One is hard, the other one's harder. One is the wish spell, a spell that essentially allows you to bend the fabric of reality in order to create a opportunity where there wasn't one. A incredibly powerful spell. You are aware of what a wish spell is, but it is so rare to see it. The second way is pretty, actually, very dangerous.
I believe I've been told by Ister what the second way is already. Isn't it killing the caster?
No, killing the caster in this case would not cure it.
Okay.
You would need, the only other way to cure it is you would need to essentially harness the magic from a powerful being. And by powerful, I mean, like, you would need to get a high-level demon, a high-level devil, a hag, or something of, like, ridiculous power. And essentially, the person with the curse needs to essentially stab it through the heart. It's almost as if, like, there's magic interference between it. Essentially, if Karik was to straight up go on a murder spree of magical creatures, there is a potential chance of curing it. However, it is difficult to kill a demon or a devil because it has to be on their plane of existence. And hags, once powerful enough to do this, they would need to, for starters, find them, and to survive the encounter. What's wrong?
Not me.
Not the knowledge you wanted?
No, I was
Oh,
pretty sure it'd be something along those lines. That was in character.
Karik just looks at you. What's wrong?
Yeah, the person with this curse. Find someone with a spell that no one in this party will be getting for a long time. Or B, kill a very powerful creature by stabbing it through the heart.
Well, we can kill a lot of things all the time. I mean, I think we can do it. Who's cursed?
Someone who will have a hard time doing it. We kill creatures all the time. But this needs to be more powerful than anything we've been able to kill.
Oh.
Something on the level of what Kazir's trying to kill. Or one of the
Fleas?
Well, he's always trying to kill them.
Alright, fair.
That one hag that he's been trying to go after this entire.
Oh.
Or we need to kill kill a high-level demon or devil.
That seems like quite the pickle.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, there no shortage of demons, I guess. So, I mean, I guess, maybe
All we can do is hope.
maybe we can help the person who's cursed.
Maybe.
We got this, buddy. And you watch as he lifts up a hand. High five?
I give him a high five.
All right. Hell yeah.
I wonder where that came from. I never thought about that.
Where
Sorry.
did a high five come from?
Yeah,
Honestly,
it was just one of those odd thoughts of,
I don't think there's an actual origin to high fives. I feel like they've been around for quite some time now. That it probably was something that the youths did at one point, and essentially it just spread.
yeah, probably.
Well, we either now need to find Pimp's master, or we need to do something dangerous.
I don't know what you're talking about. Both don't seem unrealistic.
We can do Pimp's master easily.
True. But with that being said, let's go ahead and take a moment and let's take a step back to Garnan, as he wished to speak with Alosa, since I rolled her as well.
Stu. Hi.
Oh, hey Garnan. Just reading
Hey.
through this book.
Well, I finished mine. Didn't take me too long.
Oh, what did you find out?
Okay, you're gonna have to remind me.
Oh, not a problem. What it's
I'm
specific?
probably gonna get some of this wrong, so just correct me.
Absolutely.
Basically, they are cursed-ish. It's not a blessing like a druid, which are gifted with the ability to be one. They are cursed instead. That can happen in a multitude of ways. Maybe they were born as a druid, or their family was druids and it fucked them over, or maybe they were cursed by a demon or a greater power like a god. Sometimes they are evil, they resent nature and want to kill all druids, blah blah blah, edgy shit. Forgot the other one, but I know that they were good. What was the other one?
Essentially, there are some that were born. They kind of accepted that they were at least in their minds. They're not good enough to be druids. They were basically close to the sun, but they couldn't touch it, and thus they use their powers for good to try to do the dark side of nature.
Okay, he says that.
And go ahead.
And then they can be good. They can use their abilities for helping people or something along those lines. They can help with what was the word? Emanciation?
She gives you a weird look.
What was it called? Where they cut off parts of your...
Amputation.
Oh, okay, yeah, that. They help with that. They can get rid of rot, they can kill invasive species, stuff like that.
Interesting. Well, now it kind of begs the question, what was your mother like?
She seemed to be the last one. Good. I think.
Well,
I'm not sure.
did anyone seem to be dead by rot, or based on your description, did she seem to kill the nature around her?
She did, yes, but I don't think she meant to do it on purpose, which is another thing that they do.
I mean, it would make sense. If she was born with this, she would know how to control it, but if she was fighting something, or maybe she was trying to cast a spell, maybe as a repercussion things around her died.
Yeah, maybe. My biggest question is if you or any of your people know anything about them, the Blightborn.
God, Mother. Well, I actually am decently aware of them. They do exist, even amongst the witches. They aren't common. It seems to be a generational thing. Maybe see one every 100 years or so. It's
Aye.
it's a rare anomaly. They're not necessarily evil. They don't really know what they're doing. It seems more along the lines of you either accept it or resent it. And depending on how you look at it, your actions speak louder than words. As far as I understand of it, and based on the way you're describing it as well, it seems more along the lines of maybe they even draw life to cast magic. Like, almost as if they need the nature to be alive in order for them to use magic as well.
I mean, it's possible.
It's
Another thing the book said was the fact that they it doesn't seem to be a genetic thing, meaning that children don't they aren't born with these abilities like their parents had. So at least not from anything known. So it's possible that Ezrin or me may get those abilities at some point.
I mean, it would make sense. The thing is, it's a rare anomaly, but not impossible to be passed down. It's just incredibly unlikely. Most Blightborn don't have children. From what at least from the base of what I understand. Most people, I assume, probably have the fear of being killed by a Blightborn.
What? My mother have then?
I mean, a lot of people do a lot of things for love. I mean, if your mother wanted children, it would make sense. It's definitely interesting. Did the book say anything about Blightborn having children?
Did it?
It did not.
No, not that I saw.
Interesting. So either the Blightborn typically don't have children, maybe they're infertile, or maybe there's too much worry about what would happen if they did have children.
I doubt they would be infertile, considering, he kind of like does a hand signal to himself.
Also, Tiny, I love your shit in the chat.
Death by dick.
Death by snoo snoo.
I don't know. This whole thing is weird. I'm gonna have to try to get Bimp to,
This might dabble into things that. The one thing that is interesting, if Lightborn typically don't have children, would they pass their abilities on? Would that have effect on the next generation after them? Would there
You mean like if it skips generations?
possibly, or what if it even causes essentially, okay, so this doesn't happen normally, but among us witches and witches from Oshana, there are generations where a sorcerer will be born, one that has like a touch of magic that can't be controlled, and sometimes that can come from parents, magical parents, or nature around them. What would happen if, say, someone was born with essentially a magic mutation?
How so?
Well, This is kind of touching on stuff I don't quite understand, but let's look at it this way. Imagine you had two parents that both could cast magic.
My father can cast magic. I know that for a fact.
When they have children, typically their children are born with the capability of also casting magic. Sometimes
I could cast invisibility, but that was about it. Well, kind of.
typically, if two druids have children, their child has a high percentile chance of also being a druid. There are chances they're born with no magic, and sometimes a child could be born without the capability of it.
I
Now, there are times that two druids could have a child, and their child is born with magic, but it's not druidic. They're born with almost like wild magic, random magic. That's when they.
Where would I fit in then? Because I wasn't able to do magic until, you started teaching me.
I would assume, if I had to theorize, I'm not really good with magic theory or anything like that. Essentially, there's always the capability that your mom, who was born with almost reverse magic, and your father, who was born with magic, when they had a child, they created a child who couldn't use magic. It's almost as if you were born with druidic magic in you, but then also born with the ability not to use it. Maybe you had inert magic inside of you that you just couldn't use because of your heritage. The only thing you seem to have before me teaching you seemed to be magic that comes with your race, how your people evolved, no different than how mine are.
Yeah. Okay.
Could Ezrin cast magic?
I don't actually know that, can he? Aside from like the whole warlock shit.
You would know that Ezrin was rather reclusive. He was definitely around, and he didn't seem to show magic. But the more you think about it, he was kind of a distant person. He didn't really get along with anyone. He was kind of an asshole. Kind of resented everyone in a sense, but not in like any like main way you can think of. He didn't seem like he could cast magic. He seemed more muscle bound.
I don't think he could. He seemed more muscle bound than anything, kind of like me.
Well, I mean, but the thing is, if we're really gonna dabble in this as well, it could affect your personality. Maybe born with a chip on your shoulder, or so. I mean, it's a weird thing when you're born with darker magic, like a child of it, anyways. Sometimes there can be side effects. There are known stories of dark druids, or druids that try to cast blightful spells but not being blightborn themselves. There are stories of witches that you're probably more familiar with, those stories of witches using their magic for evil purposes, casting rituals that most of us witches of Oshana, kind of foregone as a custom. We practice rituals because the fact that they are more of a respect to the nature around us and the spirits that give us our abilities, but we don't really use the quote-unquote dark rituals that everyone refers us to.
Yeah, okay.
It's a weird thing,
But for two children to be without magic when born, with both parents being magical, doesn't feel right.
No, it doesn't. It's a bit of it might be, it could be an anomaly. It's one of those things where you have someone with magic and someone who uses magic that's the opposite. I mean, I guess there's always a chance it cancels out. But maybe something else happened. But as far as I can tell with you, Garnet, everything seems okay. You don't you don't appear to have magic blowing up in your face or anything negative happening.
Yet.
Well, I guess then.
It's always a possibility.
Well, if you're worried about that, I guess we'll just have to keep a close eye on you. She kind of gives you a coy smile.
We just might.
Which,
So on the skipping generations thing,
yeah.
if Ezra or I were to have children, would that mean that they could be a Blightborn as well?
I mean, anything is a potential. It's a weird it's a weird cross, essentially. Technically, a Blightborn is a rare anomaly. In general, them having children is rare to begin with. They themselves are incredibly rare, and them having children is even rarer. There is always, I assume, at least, there's always a chance they could have passed it down, but if they don't show signs of it, it could have a potential chance of not passing down at all. It could be a druidic thing that could be passed, but if you're not born with it, with no innate abilities, I mean, I guess it comes down to possibility over reality. Wizards don't give birth to new wizards. Sorcerers typically don't give birth to new sorcerers. It's potentially possible for a druid to have children. They tend to be more they're magically more inclined. But this is a new thing that, as far as I understand, hasn't been done before. It's always a possibility, but I have no idea. That might be a question for somebody who actually does have the Blight Curse.
You think I should speak to my mother?
I mean, she seems to be the only one who would have first-hand knowledge.
I don't know how I would get in contact with her other than the sending spell.
Well, we could always go after her.
No, there's too many things right now.
Well, for right this moment, probably not, but if she's off going somewhere that might be dangerous or might lead to more answers for waves her hand around the room to all of you, it might also be beneficial to look into her as well. But for right now, the sending spell or the dream spell would probably be the best ways to talk to her.
Okay. I can't cast either of those spells, so...
We'll figure it out, Garnan. I promise you, we'll figure it out.
Okay. Okay.
Unfortunately, we need time, and time is something that is a little precious at the moment.
Yeah. Say that again.
And Garnan, as you and her are talking, you kind of look down, and you could see some of the pages that she has open. Ew. Like, you can't read what it says, but you see drawings. And they do not look good.
What are you reading?
This is the black book that Kazir was trying to read.
Oh.
This is the Hag's Journal. It's unsettling.
Looks like...
Yeah, to put it in perspective for you, Welf, have you ever looked in a anatomy book?
No.
Have you ever seen pictures of old medical texts, like in school?
No.
Okay, so basically to
I
explain...
don't get out much.
Fair. Well, I mean, this isn't something I would want someone to look up because it's gross. But I know about it because I love horror in like games and movies and TV shows. But in case anyone in this muted chat can understand. Basically, what she's looking at is like an old school, like, if a plague doctor had been doing experiments on cadavers to see where the disease had spread, what organs were affected by it. It basically that, but then put in anatomy sucks. I don't believe you. I agree, Audrey. Anatomy is not fun to learn about it to begin with, let alone actually going into detail about. But basically, like, picture old school, like, how doctors would have to figure out how disease, poison, all that stuff spreads. Like, picture them taking organs out, studying individual organs. Picture creatures both from your plane and from planes of existence you probably don't understand, and imagine them cut open and having to see all their body parts and, like, other images of, like, oh, this creature with this creature, and then gross pictures of them being combined, and so on and so forth. Basically, a Mad Doctor's experimentation book. Like Dr. Frankenstein on acid.
That's nasty.
Pretty much. Watch your profanity. It's basically that level of ugh.
Okay.
Whoever owned this book prior, they were sadistic. Mostly about experimentation, understanding the limitation of creatures of the material plane and creatures of the other planes of existence. Even some trying to understand the anatomy of creatures beyond our existence. It's disturbing.
I don't know what you expected from a black book, but
Well, I was hoping I'd look out, and it was all about their craving for things, their lust for magic, and so on. No, I got the book. This black book is about essentially a sadistic hag who wanted to learn about experimentation. But I did find out something that personally disturbs me.
what is it?
It talks about whoever this hag was that had this book was looking for the answer, or at least in their response, the answer to the blight of all living creatures. And
Blight of all living creatures?
if I understand this correctly, this person was trying to stop what causes the end.
What do you mean?
In the natural life cycle of all creatures, we are born, we live, and we die. That is how life works. This person was looking at this. Well, a person is putting it politely. This monster was essentially looking at creatures that don't have an end.
They were trying to create immortality?
Essentially, it almost like they were trying to find a way to do it naturally or magically. It seems to talk a lot about some creatures that don't seem to have an end to their lives, which is a bit disturbing to think about to begin with. Seems to talk about elves and their natural long lifespan. It seems
You're like an angel lady, aren't you? Don't you live forever too?
No, traditionally, Azamar lived to be about 150 to 200 years, and that's if we're a normal lifespan. Some of my elders, with being witches, our lifespans can be expanded a bit longer, depending on the route we take as a witch. Some of us can live up to be about 400 to 500. It really depends on magic and our attunement to nature. It's kind of like druids in their ways. You understand that. You probably have some elders that are also probably much older than they seem.
I don't remember how old Furbolg can last.
Furbolgs live for a few hundred years. They can also live to be like 300-400 years old. Kind of think dwarves in that sense. But you would know that elders in your tribe, because they're druids, And you don't have very many, but any master druids, like ones that attain the ultimate training, some of them can live to be over 1,000 years old plus.
Yeah.
Like they could live on to be 1,000 to like 2,000 years old. No one from your tribe necessarily has lived that long, but you do know a master druid from Tuscadol. There is an archdruid over the forest.
My kind, we typically live around 300 years ish. Longer if you're a druid, because druids are broken.
Naturally, they seem to cheat death. But this particular individual, they were looking more into creatures that live a long time. You watch as she kind of flips a page, and you see a creature. According from this book, it doesn't look that big, but it seems to be a giant head with one eye. This person was looking to the planes beyond to try to find an answer to immortality, looking at creatures that don't seem to die. I don't even...
What the fuck is that?
According to this, it seems to be a creature known as a beholder? I don't understand what this is. I'm not familiar with the planes beyond. I'm more focused and rooted in the material. And you watch as she kind of taps the ground underneath her foot. I don't really look out there. The only other realm that I really think about is the ethereal. You watch as she focuses, and you see Jacko the Green appear in an ethereal form.
Hey, Jack.
You watch as it kind of gestures its hand, almost like a hello. It's one of those things that this hag seemed obsessed with trying to find an answer, and was willing to go so far as practicing darker magic. The last thing I can read about this book, there does seem to be an answer to immortality, but that is not knowledge that this book provides, and I do know what it is, but it comes at a cost. It's not worth it.
What do you mean?
There is a...
Hold on. Can I roll a perception to hear this?
I mean, you certainly could try.
18 plus...
18
9?
18 plus 9, so a 27.
Yeah.
You can... It's not like Garnan and Alosa are being quiet about this, talking about this book.
Nope, we're being as quiet as possible so no one can hear us.
Oh, well, okay. Sorry, but... But, so, I mean, it's like, not like this conversation is particularly private. So, you probably could hear this going on, but what Blue knows about this is questionable.
What Blue knows about this is questionable. I have
He's
3
too busy
books.
reading the book to hear anything.
I have 3 books in my back pocket that are on this topic. One that deals with this exact problem.
That's true.
I'm just gonna listen in.
Fair enough. Well, and Kazir, I mean, if you want to roll a perception check, if you want to eavesdrop as well, you certainly can.
I'll say he's too busy
Reading the book that...
Yeah,
All right, fair enough.
and especially since she'll re-explain it to him later.
Pretty much. Well, basically, Garnan, there is a way to break the cycle of life and death, but it's something that's kind of... It goes against not only druidic beliefs, like, of my people. It kind of goes against humanity as a whole. You have to essentially forego any sense of morality you have, and that is to become a creature known as a lich. which, Garnet, if you would like to roll an Arcana check to know what that is,
Will do.
you certainly can.
Arcana is a -1. That is a 13.
You've heard this phrase before. You don't quite know what it is, but you do know, like, you've heard of it in a negative connotation. You know it's a bad thing. You don't quite know what it is, but
Liches are bad. That's all I really know.
well, you would be correct on that. Liches are really, really bad. Essentially, what you need to do to become one, at least to my understanding, is it's almost as if you're ripping your soul out and then feeding your soul with other people's souls in order to stay alive. Essentially, you become a constant murderer. And it's an affront.
Oh.
It's an affront to nature because you essentially forgo all morality and are trying to break the actual foundation of life and death. Liches are essentially an abomination. They don't care about anything. They kind of spread rotten disease. They're very easy to. They typically summon more. They typically rise more undead, and that causes a mass spread of plague.
Like abyssal plague? Or...
Well, I mean, I guess theoretically they could, but Abyssal don't typically mess with lichdom. There is a god specifically for that, but his name was lost to time. No one really knows who he is, but the last page on this journal is what has me worried.
What does it say?
Essentially, this person has been hunting down the secrets of a forgotten god, lost to time, and the last thing that this says in this journal is they found a book that once belonged to this god, that answered the questions that this hag was looking for. I don't know what that means, though. It's the last page.
I'd like to roll religion.
You can certainly try. You roll religion.
I'm pretty darn sure that I'm not gonna get it. Wherever it'll be an intelligence check, so get advantage.
True.
That would be a 22, 18 plus 4.
You overhear this, and the only two things come to mind.
Wait,
One,
no, not 4. I
okay. Even with that, the knowledge on that is pretty limited. You have heard of liches, and you know what they are. Like, they are not. It is an answer to death. Not a good answer, but an answer to death. And it typically comes at the cost of everyone else. Especially since with a religion check you would know this. There's no clear-cut way to become a lich. In fact, it's different for every single person. Any person who's been interrogated about about lichdom, the answer seems to be the same. They got it from a book. And whenever they're asked where that book went, it's said that their captors, whenever they take them away from them, they become corrupted and they take it. Essentially, it's almost as if that book itself is a plague. It essentially curses the next person to wield it, almost making them obsessed with trying to accomplish the mission. But according to anyone who's read said book, it essentially is considered, and it's according to them, anytime someone reads it, it's different. It's almost as if every person has to go through a different trial to accomplish the goal of becoming a lich. It's not a simple process. And with that role, you do know the name of that book. It is known as the Black Book of the Damned. That is the only thing you know about it. As far as like actual knowledge of what's in the book or anything like that, you have no idea. You can only imagine what could be in that book. Nobody who's ever come across it and touched it ever talks about what's actually in it. And as far as like, oh, what did you do to become, like, to try to become one, the answers always change. So there's something safeguarding it, or this book is just so dangerous that its answers are never straightforward.
I'll bring that up later.
All right.
That's meant.
With that being, go ahead.
Oh, we weren't done, so I'm just gonna
Yep.
continue.
No, go ahead.
I don't even remember what we were talking about. God damn it.
She was on the last page and she explained that she doesn't understand how, like, what the last page meant. Like, did they find the book? Did they not find the book? Like, essentially, did the person die after getting it? Did this person abandon their book afterwards? Like, what happened?
Maybe their way of getting lichdom is making them lose all values and maybe stuff.
I mean, I guess that's possible. It's weird. The thing is, this person wrote a lot of detail into this book. A lot of information. You could typically find out a lot about a person on their journal, or in this particular case, flipping through the page like a flip book, you could see the freaking essentially torture that's in this book. It seems to be a lot of what they had to go through to get answers.
Did you have a journal?
I do, but my journal talks about my spiritual journey and trying to understand the world beyond, and what it means to be a witch. There has not been a dark, demented witch in ages, at least where I'm from. And our grimoires are supposed to be tales of our lives, our generations. It's supposed to tell the stories of the spirits that we've encountered, and trying to tell the tales of lessons and things of understanding. We're not evil. These books, however, are what cause a bad reputation for us. These books are just pure toxic. And written in a language that only we and one particularly bad set of people can understand.
What bad set of people?
Hags.
Oh.
I guess I've never explained what hex magic is.
No, I don't think you have.
You watch as she extends out a hand towards you. May I see your hand?
He gives her his hand, curiously.
As you place your hand in hers, she kind of flips your hand so the back of your hand is on her palm. I want you to focus on your magic. I want you to look inwards of where you get it from and just bring it forward. No need to cast a spell. Just bring your magic to the surface.
He's gonna try.
All right. It takes you a bit. You're not used to using magic yourself. It's definitely a weird experience for you to actually look in and try to find that source. But explain to me how Garnan would try to find that source inside of himself.
He is going to touch onto Prigka and also touch onto his abilities as a witch and try to use them but not actually activate them.
All right. So as you kind of focus and you concentrate on the thought of when you summon Prigka before you, and you think about whenever you use the witch magic that you've only dabbled into before, as you kind of focus and you bring that, you feel a warm sensation in your hand. And as you kind of look down, you watch as a weird symbol appears on your hand. It's almost like chicken scratches appearing on your hand. And you watch as like what appears to be a sigil of, it's kind of like a pentagram, but you'll notice that there are 7 sides to it. So it's technically a, oh gosh, I always forget what the 7-sided is called. Not the point. Essentially, you see like a 7-pointed star on your hand. And
Like from Game of Thrones?
kind of like Game of Thrones. And you watch as it's on the surface of your hand on your blue skin, you watch as it turns purple. Just the sigil, not your hand. And you kind of watch as a weird kind of smokish energy kind of comes off of it. This is hex magic. This is probably one of the most ancient forms of magic any person who casts spells could do. Inside of the weave, where we get our magic from, or in our case more nature, the natural part of it, there is a form of magic that was born from nature and from the weave, almost as if it's an amalgamation of both. And that is hex magic. This magic is incredibly dangerous. Used in the wrong hands can be used to do dangerous things. But it can also be used for good things. We essentially have the capability of using magic when others like us wouldn't be able to. I wasn't born a druid, but I was born kind of like a medium. Someone who can speak to spirits. And because of that, it grants me the ability to use magic. But similar to how we can do it to summon and talk to spirits, there are creatures beyond us that use it because it's their form of magic to do darker deeds. Amongst the Fae, there are these creatures known as hags. Dangerous individuals who use this kind of magic to essentially go against nature and go against magic itself. This is essentially where curses are born. Curses are born from hex magic rather than traditional magic. And with this magic comes terrible side effects, and if used in a terrible way, could ultimately damage the magic around it. Essentially could cause plague or disease, maybe cause essentially natural disasters if used in a terrible way. Fortunately, most hags aren't powerful enough to use hex magic in a particularly awful way, but if not careful, it can do terrible things.
See.
But it's also a good thing. We use it to talk to spirits and allow us to be able to embrace all the aspects of the world that even druids don't. Witches are typically more, what's the term? We look at it from the trispective of our entire viewpoint. Witches believe in 3 core values, and I've talked to you about this when you wanted to become a witch. The 3 core values of being a witch are nature, emotion, and magic. And it's these 3 things that are the foundation of our viewpoints of the world. We use that viewpoint to do good things, to teach the next generation everything that we learn, and we write it in a book that we pass down from one generation to the next, and that's what we call our grimoire. And right now, she looks at her book. This is one that was written by my mother, that was written by hers, that was written by hers. This is a 4th generation grimoire.
And mine is first generation?
That would be correct. You are the first one to have a first generation in quite some time.
Oh,
It's actually a very rare thing.
weird.
But with that being said, this is also why witches get a bad reputation. I assume especially in Atharia as well.
Oh, as far as I'm aware, yeah. They're not very liked.
No, there are bad witches that do terrible things, but most of our magic also is resembled in hags, which are only known for doing terrible things.
Right.
I can only imagine what this hag must have done to get all the answers that she has. She's
I don't really want to think about it, honestly.
honestly better you don't. But I'm gonna have to talk to Kazir about this. He might be interested in this as well.
Yeah.
At which point, go ahead.
I guess I'll leave you alone. Then? For now.
And
Good luck.
you might want to assist Bimp in probably some of that demon research. There's probably a lot to go through.
Oh, yeah, that's probably a good idea. I'll do that. I'll go over to them.
And as you walk away, you feel your hand is you feel a grip on your hand as you're about to walk away.
I'll turn around.
Guardian,
Hmm?
do you regret becoming a witch?
No. I think it's actually helped me more than I can imagine. And for that, I will be eternally grateful to you.
You watch as she looks up at you and she gives you a smile. I'm glad you think it that way. Thank you.
I should be thanking you. You're the one that changed me. And he walks away.
All right. Speaking of Kazir,
Hello.
Kazir, I would like you to roll me an investigation or intelligence check of your choice.
It'll be investigation because my intelligence is kind of crappy.
All right. Go ahead and roll.
Avery hates me today.
What
It's
did,
a good thing I'm not battling.
what did you?
That was a 9,
A 9?
and my investigation,
Plus 5, if I remember correctly.
yeah, so that's 14.
All right. With that being said, first things first. Like I said, this isn't a matter of like you not being able to like figure it out. This is more like how long it takes you to figure it out. And
Fair.
first thing you notice, by the way, there doesn't seem to be a name on this book. But as you put your hand on it, you feel a weird texture on the top of the book. You kind of feel a couple of bumps, a couple of dashes, a couple of... Oh. And you recognize this immediately. This is Thieves' Cant.
Oh,
Alosa wouldn't have been able to read this.
there.
And as you open it, you see a lot of these you see a lot of like ink, but it's bumps, dashes, and various things. It's a code, which again, you recognize it immediately and can pretty much read it as if it was in common. It's written all in Thieves' Cant.
Is it written in Morse code?
Essentially, it's essentially a form of Morse code, yes.
Okay.
Which, I mean, there are variations of Thieves' Cant and like different ways to explain it and different ways to go through it. You would probably assume different guilds use different forms of it. This kind of seems like an older version of Thieves' Cant. And by older, Kazir, I'm talking you found out about Thieves' Cant and learned it from, not only thieves, but also you've just had the time to figure it out.
Fair.
You kind of look at this and this is old. Like, this is really old Thieves' Cant. This is like probably like it kind of takes you a moment to kind of understand some of these phrases and words because they're written in what kind of...
Such an old language.
Yeah, essentially, if I had... It's kind of like ye old English being translated into normal English. Like our version of normal English. Like,
Yeah.
It's kind of written Shakespearean, quote unquote.
Exactly. I get that.
Old Thieves' Cant. It's kind of jarring at first because you're just kind of like, what okay, this is a little flowery. What the fuck? Kind of like how they had
to say top there.
Yeah, it's kind of like they got to translate what they say on the opposite page. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's kind of like that. It takes you a while, but you kind of get it. First things first, the title. It's literally, after kind of feeling it out and kind of like spelling it, like doing each of the bumps, you kind of start putting letters to words. Kind of like if you were reading Braille.
Yeah.
And as you do, you are able to figure out the title. For starters, unless someone actually knew Thieves' Cant to a great degree, they wouldn't have even been able to figure out the title.
Because your kind of chuckles.
It's titled Birth of the Rainbow Snake. And as you start reading through it, it doesn't take you too long to understand like how the writing works, but at first it's like, whoa, it takes you like kind of 10 minutes to kind of like okay, hold on, let me see if I can piece this together here. It's like it's like reading something in code. It's like,
yeah, I get you. Like once he starts, at first it's like, wow, this is so old it's hard to translate. But once he finds the pattern,
it's like,
okay,
I see how it works. Like this word is supposed to be over here, and like, it's this older phrase of it, but they actually mean this.
Yeah,
it takes you a while, and it's an interesting read. The first thing it talks about is an old legend. Essentially, quote unquote, a myth, that there once was a god that was incredibly powerful that used to command over its own avatars. And at first, that sound is like that to you. I'd assume kind of a ugh statement there. But as you would know, based on your knowledge of avatars, because you guys have had to do research on them, typically avatars are created by the gods. They're supposed to be extensions of them on the material. Typically, avatars are good. They do good deeds, they help people, they do good, and they're typically meant to aid their champions. However, there are experiences where that's not the case. There are evil deities that are worshipped, and they too have avatars. This talks about a god known as Zahir.
How would you spell that?
It would be... let me pull up the proper spelling. If I remember correctly...
Is he based off of Avatar?
No.
Well, Korra.
No, he is not.
I don't know, Winter.
I don't know. Essentially, Zahir is spelled Zehir.
Okay, I thought so. I thought it was spelled something like that, but just needed to make sure.
I would like you to roll me a religion check.
I'm gonna use the real dice because Avery keeps fucking me over.
Alright.
15.
Alright. And I assume you have a -1.
I'm pretty sure that's right, but let me double check to make sure. You said history, right?
This would be religion.
Oh, religion. +1 to religion.
Oh, nice. So it'd be a 16.
Yeah.
You've heard of this god. Not good things. Especially as an assassin, you know this god. There are a lot of assassins who pray to this god. Zahir is known as the Cloaked Serpent, an evil god of poisons, assassins, and darkness. It's not a good god. Typically worshipped by, essentially, a group of... they are typically worshipped by assassins or snake folk. Known as the... oh gosh, why am I blanking? The Yanti.
Oh.
They're essentially Zahir is worshipped as a deity of poison. They hope to grant quick death to anybody who gets in their way, so they pray to Zahir. Supposedly, Zahir had a couple of avatars of their own, not good ones, and birthed from them there was. And these are speculations at this point. You're not quite sure what this book is saying exactly. It's like, oh yeah, Zahir ruled over snakes, ruled over serpents, ruled over creatures that would be considered poison to the earth, or poison to the ocean, poison to the world, creatures that would cherish death. It's kind of a weird thing, but you see there's some fun alliteration on a serpent. Supposedly there was a being, smaller than the rest, that no one suspected would be an avatar. That being was a snake. It started small. A snake, but its colors were weird. It's almost as if it changed colors constantly, kind of like a rainbow or a chameleon. And supposedly this creature, whenever awakened by Zahir, would slowly grow in size. It started almost as if it was an agent of stealth, like to gain secrets, to get to places that no other avatar could get to.
Oh.
But as Zahir used it more and more, it got bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, until the book describes the creature as a sea serpent. A giant snake of the ocean. And it eventually became so powerful, it almost as if it controlled parts of the ocean. Eventually, at least according to this, Zahir was eventually not only locked away, but banished from the planes of existence that everyone knows. See, according to the book, a travesty was when the Platinum Dragon and a few other gods like Pelor and and Melora banished this god to the realm beyond the realms. Which, if you want to roll an Arcana check to understand what that means.
Oh yeah, I'll roll. Yeah, I'll roll a real dice again.
All right.
It is currently almost 4 in the morning, so, you know.
Oof,
I'm
that
a-
was in that one.
That one, you have no idea what that means.
Fair.
A plane that no one understands. And essentially, to keep Zahir away, he was locked away using the power of the essentially the chains of the gods, to block him from ever returning to the material ever again. In doing so, his avatars were left unchecked. And eventually, they had awakened from their slumber, and they were free to do as they wish. Supposedly, some of them were killed by the champions of other gods. Some were banished or locked away. And it talks about this particular avatar, a rainbow serpent, so powerful that it was hard to control. Champions came to fight it to try to kill it, but they were unsuccessful. Some dying and even having some negative side effects or trying to kill them. This serpent was so powerful, there's even writing here that it was attempting to even eat the moon, causing the world to flood, so that it could rule over everything.
Oh, shit.
And essentially, there was a deity of fate, of destiny, who created a bind of a total of four chains that kept this essentially rainbowed serpent locked to a dimension inside of the material, almost as if it's in the ethereal, but not quite the same. It's like a pocket dimension, essentially. The only way to keep this creature locked away was to give it to four individuals, who then locked it into 4 separate locations, preventing the creature from ever escaping. There is a way to reverse it. At least according to this book, there is. Supposedly, this serpent seems to be able to whisper to its followers beyond the game, beyond its chain, to beyond its gate, and tells its followers on how to free it. Supposedly, there's theories of crystals, theories of charms, theories of weapons, and not all necessarily wrong. It seems like each individual location needs a specific item, and each of the locations seem kind of vague, but apparently whoever created the seals that keep this creature locked away did find them and where they're located. And before you, as you turn the next page, you see a map. Do you look at this map?
Yes, definitely.
I would like you to roll a history check to see if you can fully understand where all these locations are.
Yeah, you know what? I will roll a real dice.
Alright.
You know what? I'll use Avery this time.
All right.
Fuck you too, Avery. You said history?
History.
That's my 0 stat, I think. Why can I never remember my stats, God?
Because there's a lot of stuff.
Yeah, true. Oh yeah, no, my history was +1. I just said so, didn't I?
You said that about religion as well.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's right.
All right. So what'd you get?
Oh, 5.
5.
So yeah, he knows very little.
It kind of takes you a while to read this. You don't recognize all of the locations. One, you recognize immediately.
The map is still in Thieves' Cant, right? Just making sure.
Yeah, the map seems to be in Thieves' Cant, and it takes a lot of reading and manipulation to kind of write it out. Do you want to try to trace out the map and its definitions?
Yeah.
I want you to roll me a dexterity check.
All right. And yeah, I'll use Avery again. I do not want to, but
It's all good.
16. Okay, that's a good roll.
16 plus 3 because of your dexterity, so 19.
Yeah.
You know what? I would say this is technically you're trying to write something out. Would this be dexterity or sleight of hand? I need opinions from other people.
I would think dexterity, sleight of hand.
What's he doing?
He's trying to he's taking the description of a map essentially to understand it and writing it out and drawing it out using the details that he has. Would this
Well,
be
I want-
Like he's trying to copy a map?
essentially?
What is-
Essentially, yes.
This would likely be a... I'm gonna say intelligence.
Would this be more of an intelligence? But I guess that's fair. And I mean,
Yeah, because he's trying to copy something from one place to another, so I would think intelligence.
I want to say sleight of hand, but I feel like it would be more of a dexterity.
I would say because you're trying to copy this based on what you understand of it. With a 16, you have a -1 to intelligence, correct?
Yeah. Let me double check. Yeah, that's right.
That's right. So that's a 15. With your dexterity,
No. You have a +1 to in and a -1 to.
Oh yeah, that's right. I'm sorry.
no, it's all good. That's why I ask, is I don't have all your guys' stats memorized.
Yeah, that's right.
So that would be a 17. It takes you a little bit, but with your natural dexterity, you take your time with kind of drawing it out, and eventually you draw out a map, and you put X's on locations on where each of these these temples or seals are. Then there are 4.
Oh.
And as you finish, you now have a map. And do you currently own a map?
I do not think so.
But I say so. Unfortunately, with
None of
that,
us do. I don't know who has it though.
with the low
And
check you have on geography, you unfortunately don't quite recognize where these locations are. But if you grab a map, you do a side by side comparison, you can probably tell where each of them are.
if I can get a map from the library thing, or if anyone has any.
No, you can always ask.
Speaking of the library
I'm-
thing, I'm gonna put
I'm-
my Lightborn book back on the table if I'm done with it.
Sounds like a plan.
I have my map with all of the Bard colleges on them.
All right. Well, Kazir, do you say anything?
Yeah. I ask if anyone has a map, or if them could get a map from the library. And both, that.
Bimp looks at you.
Anyway,
Bimp looks at you. Are you looking for a map of Atharia, a world map? What are you looking for?
I believe a map of Atharia. We're in Atharia, right? Or am I just?
Well, this is technically a temple. They're technically temples of the world.
Oh,
So that's up to you. Atharia, you could and try to do some comparisons, or you could try to take a world map.
Are we gonna get a whole ass world map finally?
We're not there yet.
probably not.
God damn it!
I have a world map.
I want to see it.
Not yet.
Kazir
You
goes,
won't.
I think I need a world map.
Bimp kind of gives you a look and goes, "Hey, yeah, no problem. Hold on." You watch as she walks up to the table and she knocks on the table 3 times. She gets the one knock response. Pardon me, could you happen to get a world map or some kind of atlas? You watch as you hear, and you watch us a moment later as essentially a rolled up parchment is put on the table. Thank you. And you watch as she hands it to you. Here you go. Here you go. This should you'll be able to answer your questions. Hopefully.
Thank you very much.
Do you unroll it?
Yes, he unrolls it and tries to see if he can find the places that he marked.
All right. The first thing you see as you unroll it is, well, for starters, I'd assume this is the first time Kazir's ever seen a world map.
Probably.
You see a grand total of 9 landmasses that exist on this map. And as you look at them, you kind of take your particular like small miniature map, and you kind of start comparing the different sections to the map. It takes you about a minute to kind of figure it out. It doesn't take that long necessarily, but you're kind of just matching shapes. And you unfortunately find what you're looking for, as the main continent connected to this seems to be the one that has the countries of Tuscadol, Atharia, and Uskar attached to it.
World map. World map.
Maybe one day.
You'll get it soon enough. Don't worry. I plan to.
You have it in front of you.
I do.
Come on.
I do. But I mean.
You're a bitch.
Well, it also
Fair.
this particular map also has a lot more detail on it than I'm willing to share. So I'm currently making a second one with
Oh.
less information on it.
Oh, that's fair.
You guys don't need to know all the secrets. You guys can know the countries, but you don't need all the secrets.
Makes sense.
But it doesn't take long for you to see the continent with the 3 countries of Tuscadol, Atharia, and Uskar, which immediately is a fuck.
Oh, wow.
And as you
Relieved that he doesn't have to go to the other landmasses, though.
as you kind of look at it, it does seem that there are 4 locations on your little mini map, and as you take a look at this world map, your heart kind of sinks on some locations. First things first, the first one you recognize, there was a temple near Pegland.
Fuck.
The next one you see, there seems to be one in a country off to the west, like far off. It seems to be a country known as Atolvor. It's on a continent to the west. Probably would take quite a bit of time to get there, you'd assume.
How do you spell that, the Tovar?
Yep, Atollvorr. You guys have actually heard of this country.
Oh, cool.
As you would know that that's where the troll folk are from.
Oh, yeah.
The third one you see kind of hurts you a little bit. There is a temple in Uskar. It seems to be under the Exeter Desert and more towards the kind of mid-western section of Uskar. It's a bit of a distance from the capital, but it's not too far away from the ocean. There seems to be a river that connects from the ocean to that location.
Yeah.
And the last one is really bad. It seems to be in the dead center of a small island country to the west of Atharia. This temple is in the dead center of Oshana.
Oh, fuck. Because you kind of groans. Fuck.
You say the
That
dead center of
is not
Oshana?
The dead center.
Fuck.
And if your understanding of how this works, if Pegland is flooded.
Yeah, I get it. And Kazir definitely gets this.
Darnan doesn't know yet.
Nope.
Nope.
No one
No one
knows.
does, but
no one knows
Kazir.
but Kazir.
Kazir groans. This is bad. Out loud. As when he finishes all the checking and shit.
You watch as the first one alert to you saying that is Alosa. I can understand that feeling. You watch as she lifts up the book toward the black book towards you. I don't exactly have great news either.
That's fair.
What exactly did you find?
Long story short, evil god had a rainbow snake as an avatar. That rainbow snake got powerful, and the other gods got pissed, so they chained up the other god and chained up the snake and split it into 4 pieces.
Essentially chained it into 4 with four seals.
Okay.
Yeah,
Just double-checking.
essentially sealed it into its own plane of existence and locked with 4 keys. Essentially.
Okay.
Bless you.
Thank you. And basically, they sealed it with 4 seals, which they spread throughout 4 temples. 1 here in Pegland, 1 in Uskar. My brain kind
Yep.
of shit on
No.
me
You're
again.
you're accurate. That is correct.
1 in Atalvor, and he kind of winces as he says, 1 near in Oshana.
Wait, Pegland and Oshana?
Yeah.
Isn't that where the new MAGA fuckers are going?
Pegland is where we are.
Yeah, and it's already flooded. They were here and now they're gone.
Yeah.
And now they're in Oshana.
Does it show where the temple was near Pegland?
He hands her the map. I think so.
Yep.
Does it actually show exactly where, or is it like just?
You kind of have to do a little like comparison test to like try to see like match it up almost exactly as close as you possibly can. Based on what you can tell, Pegland was probably maybe a couple of days journey from where this temple might have been. And then now a subsection of this area is flooded. Like Pegland is in the ocean.
Oh shit!
You, your this tower, as far as you understand, is protected by magic.
Yeah, that makes sense. There is a lot going on all at once now.
I
We're doing what's essentially 3 into the world scenarios, and then the personal bullshit.
Well, basically, what's happening is you have 3 storylines essentially colliding.
Yeah, I get you. I know. I understand. I'm just
we're
what I mean.
I think we should go ahead and deal with the whole Oshana thing right now.
yeah.
Fuck.
What's wrong, guys? Don't you want to, like, essentially the equivalent of a demigod on the material plane?
This is Winter. We're a group of 10 people. The government is as useless as it is. This sucks.
Oh, come on, guys! Bright, cheery time!
Imp.
Kazira shows. It tells her roughly where he sees the map thing. Sorry.
Yes, Garnan, you needed something?
I know
Be right
you.
back. Needs the restroom.
I know you want to stay here, but I feel like we might need to go to Oshana soon.
What seems to be the problem?
Were you not just listening to Kazir?
Do you see her holding 3 books about demonology?
You know how Pegland was flooded after the Neo-Naga people were here?
Yes, I am well aware of how that happened.
Yeah, it turns out it's because there's some sort of temple thingy, and I kind of connected the dots. They're in Oshana now, and the same thing is going to happen over there. Like, soon.
Where in Oshana?
Kazir? I pretend he says dead in the middle, because he's not here right now.
Sorry
But-
about. Yeah, I just got back.
right here.
I heard you. Yeah.
Just dead in the middle of
that's
Oshana.
sure.
You watch as Bimp looks at it, and she kind of takes a look at like how where the positioning was for Pegland in comparison to this. If I am understanding this correctly, I'm gonna roll a quick intelligence check for Bimp.
As if you need to.
Holy God, that's the 4th natural 20 tonight. What the fuck?
Damn it.
If I'm understanding this correctly, we're kind of off. Fuck.
Yeah.
We have to deal with the broken skulls, the hag that stole Kazir's wife, and the Neo-Naga dumb shits.
If I
Are you
understand,
kidding?
if I'm understanding
Don't
this,
forget, bell race thing.
Fuck right, the Church of Tyr.
if I'm understanding this
Oh,
correctly,
and we're still hunted by the government.
technically the Empire, the government doesn't necessarily care about you guys.
Yeah, the Empire's kind of kaput now, so that's not really much of an issue.
Yeah, okay.
That more collides with the broken skull, but also means that the Ravaged Path is now even more dangerous, specifically for you.
Yeah.
They're gonna see you and they're like, "What's up, Solaris? We're here to freak the fuck out of you."
Yeah,
Well, now we don't have to use the Ravaged Path. We have teleportation circles.
This is true. You guys
but we can
stick
only
around.
teleport to places we've seen the circles, from what I
Yes,
understand.
That's correct.
basically, you need to know the circles of those locations.
Yeah.
Hold on. This is something we're gonna need help with. I'm going to pull out my 2 sending stones.
All right. As you do that, Bim's gonna finish her explanation.
Hold on. Blue, before you message anyone, isn't that like that Darvis guy with the Neo-Naga kind of?
No. He said, same with Symbol. Both of them got out of that. He got out of it far enough to where he would kill any of them on sight. Remember that whole snake thing with my arm?
Yeah.
That he wouldn't want to go back.
Bim,
Plus, this isn't going to Darvis. This is going to Whitefeather.
you watch as Bimp is like using. She actually is pulling out some tools, and you like Essentially, if I had to put if I had to explain this, it's essentially a mathematic tool oh god, what the fuck are they called? Do you remember how in school you had to write those circles, so you would have to attach a pen to an axle essentially and spin it?
Oh, those things. Yeah.
I don't know what they're called offhand.
I always called them spinners.
All I know is I used to get cut by those a lot.
Yeah, I fucking hated those things. Essentially, she starts using that, and you watch as she does some quick like tests, and she basically looks at it, and then she looks.
Give me the compass.
Is it called a compass?
Yes.
Fair
You mean
enough.
the thing with the kind of like one pin on one end and a pointy on the other, and it kind of looks.
Yeah, it's a mathematic compass. You watch as she writes out a couple circles, and you watch as Bimp kind of comes up and just goes, "Yeah, this is if my understanding of what you're saying is correct, and what you're saying is correct. Essentially, what I'm understanding is how Pegland was flooded. If I'm understanding this correctly, is essentially the ocean level around the areas of these temples are rising. If I understand this correctly, it's the only logical explanation to completely understand like how Pegland could be completely underwater, but we can still hear things from Belval."
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
It did control the waters, from what I understand.
I need to check on
So if that's the
check on
case,
Sammy.
if that's the case, then theoretically speaking, the water level rises to around the area where the temple is until maybe the temple gets engulfed?
We need to get to Oshana.
Well,
We have too much shit.
sorry.
We have missile plague shit, and on the other, global warming. No, he doesn't think global.
You see, you watch as Henrik kind of speaks up. That's a bunch of shit, that's for sure, but there are some differences to all the fucked up shit that's here. It seems that whatever happened with the disease, give me some time, I got it. I'm not even worried about it, but I need some time to actually study it. And as far as the demons go, they need time to do whatever they're doing. And as far as these fuckers go, as he points to Oshana, they have to deal with an army. Isn't that correct? Looking over at Alosa. Alosa kind of nods. I mean, we don't necessarily have a standing army, we have more of a magic army. But we're also allied with the Tritons in this area too.
Right?
Yeah, they're a race of fish folk that live in the ocean. There's a kingdom of them below near Oshana as well. We have a peaceful relationship with them, as a lot of them are druids as well.
Weird.
But what if they're on the Neonaga side? The Neonaga is doing with ocean. The more ocean they have.
True, but as far as my understanding with the Tritons, they believe in the balance between land and ocean. There are two for a reason. Only particular Tritons would benefit from the entire world being engulfed, but there are things that they can't grow and things they don't have access to because they're always in the water. I mean, that's why we have a good relationship with them. On Oshana, we grow rare herbs and rare medicinal items that can only grow on land in certain environments. They won't grow in the ocean.
I need to call people. Maybe we can slow stuff down. I don't know. This is a lot.
I mean, this is definitely a lot, but this is something that you watch as Alosa seems a little bit more calm than she should be. Like, it seems more like she's gone pure logical. If I think it's the best way to explain it. If I understand this correctly, this individual, this Theander, runs a cult. Probably fairly powerful, if I understand correctly.
Yeah.
From what I've seen, they have magic, but hold on. Blue pulls out his book, his own personal notebook, saying it down. When I was last in Pegland, before the flood, everyone there acted like everything was normal. Acting as if nothing bad at all was going on.
Everyone but the shopkeepers.
Everyone but the shopkeepers.
And if what you're saying is true, are you saying were they magically affected?
I believe that they were magically affected, but none of them were at all against it.
That's the thing. That wouldn't work with my people. We kind of have more of a resistance to that, and we don't handle the charm effects don't work as well. And because
Which
Go ahead.
means they likely use brute force instead of magic.
if he,
So most of your people
yeah,
may be in prisons or something,
possibly.
or maybe putting in prison.
There was a chamber underneath the keep there. That's where they kept prisoners. I don't know. Your people are probably doing much better off.
Bimp kind of gives you a look. Wait. I'm sorry. Did you say the people are in a chamber underneath the keep?
Yes, there's an anti-magic chamber underneath.
You
Or maybe.
You watch as Bimp quickly taps on the table as fast as she can. Please give me a book to Ozira's tower, please. And you watch as a book appears. There is actually a way to get to the keep, and we don't even need to go anywhere. We can be here. We can actually. There's, if I remember correctly, and you watch as she's just flipping through pages. This is where her freaking 20 intelligence really pays off.
Yeah.
She watches as she starts flipping through pages until she stops on a page. Here! And you see, as she points, you see the tower that you guys are in. At the very bottom of this tower, there is actually a tunnel that connects to the keep. This was made as an emergency exit for the Lord if he ever needed to get out. Wait a minute.
Remember.
Wait a minute.
They said that the Lord mysteriously disappeared one day, and then they showed up.
Yeah.
Unless he didn't disappear. What if he's here?
Huh?
Might be.
Oh.
Let me explain. There is a tunnel that goes from Moonstone Keep that leads to the tower. Leads to this tower, which was renamed the Tower Pegland. Is at any given time on this section of the country there has to be a wizard that rules over this tower, which was what my master was, and what I was supposed to be, what I still want to be. But the point being is that there always needs to be a magic user here because it keeps an eye on not only this section of the country, but also for the runes on this country in this section of the country, and for relations to other countries as well. It's easier to have a wizard near the Exeter Desert or near Uskar. But the point is, we also work in tandem with politics. We do work with the Lord of Moonstone Keep, which in this case, Lord Marklehay would have access to the tower. But he wouldn't know how to get through it. He would just know how to get to it.
There. We have so many things going at once.
Might be at the lower levels, but hopefully he wasn't trapped by a door.
Well,
That would be bad.
he would at least have access to the base level of the tower, which means he would have access to provisions and various other things. He just wouldn't have access to any magical items. It's more of a what would be a proper term for it? A bunker?
Shelter. A bunker, shelter.
Something along those lines.
Something like that.
But if he's there, maybe the people, the cult didn't know how to find him. That's probably why it took so long for them to try to find find this temple. Maybe because they didn't know where it was. I mean,
We could go down and check.
that would be the only logical explanation. Before we do, we need to read through these books, though. We need as much knowledge as we can, because if we're going to get people out, we also need to make sure that we know as much as we can.
Yeah.
Have another spell slot. I could
I do as well.
try and go it.
I do as well, and I can help us look and find this knowledge faster. But we have a lot on our plate. There's a lot to do. But
Yes.
You can say that again.
but
Because you're visibly looking a little overwhelmed. And
But it seems like each of these take time. Like they need a specific amount of time to do the things they're doing. It seems like the demons are having to take the longest time, from what I understand, because otherwise they would have opened the doors already. It's almost as if there's specific qualifications.
They need to power their catalyst.
Exactly, which means there's probably things that need to trigger them. Otherwise, it would have been easy for them because they could have gone there without any of us knowing about it. I mean, why take Starlam off the ground if it was only going to take the champion avatar, whatever, being there in order to activate it? There's probably something else there that we don't know about.
Most likely.
And as far as this plague goes, it seems like in some areas it's spreading, but in others it's being contained.
Famalden said that it was being contained and slowed drastically, other than in a few places.
So, if we can spread, since you told the Razors about that, they might be able to contain that a bit better on the East Coast than we can for right now, until we get over there ourselves. So, from what I understand, what we can do is we can save the people that are here and get them to safety. But then, if we talk to the Razors, maybe we can get them to help us get to Oshana and handle the situation there.
All right.
Does that make sense?
That does make sense.
It's a lot, but I think that if we start narrowing it down, we might be able to do more.
First off, if we're able to take the Ninka up, that will greatly ease that.
True. If we didn't have pressure from them on the ocean front, we can focus more on the actual demons that are plaguing the land. And if these demons are spreading out as much as they are, we might need as much information as we can. Which I mean, logically speaking, would mean that we should get information from these books as much as we can. And honestly, it might not be a bad idea to go to It might not be a bad idea to leave Atharia to go to Oshana, because some of them might know more about demons than we do.
Maybe. Let's do this. We need to read these fast.
Indeed. You watch as Bimp actually walks up to Belwraith and walks up to Philman, and you watch as she mutters some words under her breath, and you watch as almost as if their eyes start to move faster as they go along the pages, as she also casts enhance abilities.
Don't forget, Henrik can read like what 3 times faster than the
Oh,
average
oh
human?
yeah. Oh, I have not forgotten about it. He's currently reading 2 books on his own.
I'm going to cast Enhance Ability on myself, and who's another smart person that could use it?
About to say,
Alosa?
Alosa would probably be the next best one.
I'll do it on myself and Alosa and give Alosa, Bimp, and Henrik Bardic Inspiration.
All right. So as you guys sit and read through this, I'm gonna
I just
say
zoned out a little bit, I'll be honest.
no. It's all good. It's a lot. It's a lot of information, and I knew that the coming here was going to be the case, considering who Bim's master is.
Yeah.
I mean, you guys haven't asked her.
True, we don't know, but we know that he's a powerful, well-known wizard, basically.
She
She.
is.
She, I meant, sorry.
It's all good. But yeah,
Right.
all you guys know is that she's Bim's trainer and a powerful wizard, and that's all you know.
Besides, even if Kazir asked, he'd probably just not know the name.
Well, I mean, she said the name several times.
I did not catch that, I guess.
Her master's name is Ovira.
Yeah.
About to say the red wizard of the firestorm.
Quite the title.
I mean, she earned it.
Oh,
About to say,
Oh,
but with that,
it's
it's all good. But essentially, I would like there to be a group investigation check.
Okay. Where is...
Rolling for Alosa.
I'll roll.
remember that...
I'm not going to use Avery.
Holy, good on you, Alosa.
Hold on. Would Knackle like to use, like, Bless or something to add a few
My-
d4s to it?
Mine,
Bless lasts for a minute, so it won't apply here.
Okay.
Because
I rolled a 2.
he'd have to cast it every minute in order to help.
I got a natural 20 going into 24.
Good
Nice.
thing this isn't combat. I'd be dead.
And then
All my rolls, most of my rolls today have been shit.
all right, and then Henrik. Even when you're not here, you're a fucking thorn in my side.
Hold on. Add
I'm aware.
add his stuff.
Fuck him. With his fucking bardic, because I know he'd add bardic inspiration to this. I don't fucking need to know that he would. I know he would.
Bardic Inspiration and Flash of Genius.
I'm aware. That's a
People.
yeah. He rolled a 36.
Something tells me Winter's about to kill him off.
So tempted, but I'm not going to because I'm not an asshole. But God, I kind of wish I was. Even when he's not here, the thorn in my side. But I rolled for everyone else. So let's go ahead and go down this
I am the
list.
strongest thorn.
So Blue, you rolled a
24.
24. Okay. About to say Kazir.
I rolled a 2. I think it's a 2.
2
And-
plus your intelligence.
Oh,
So plus,
yeah, that's
well
plus
your
one.
your investigation. So it's technically plus 5. So
Oh yeah,
so 7.
that's fair. That's not too bad of a roll.
Garnet.
I mean,
Oh, I didn't know I was doing this too.
It's a group investigation check.
roll.
Yeah, I thought you meant like everyone that was doing the book
Well,
thing.
I assume
18.
nice.
I guess someone has to roll for Belwraith because he fell asleep.
I rolled.
Oh.
I already rolled. But I say very fitting. Belwraith
Did you
got.
get Henrik?
I got Henrik. Henrik's an asshole. He got a 36.
Did you use Flash of Genius?
Yes, I did.
All of the bonuses.
I know he would. He also used bardic inspiration. I'm aware. Fuck him. Even when he's not here.
Blue
he's
wants to.
I know.
Oh, Sorry, I don't. Did Alosa tell me what she read in the book?
I'm about to get to that.
Okay, just Making
No,
sure.
I figured I'd roll this check and everything, and I'll explain what she read in the book to you. Essentially, she's going to look at you, and she starts to explain, and I'll do it in her voice so that way it's in character. So, from what I understand from this book, it's...
Dude, we should end. I'm so tired.
I know. I promise you we're coming to an end. But one last lore drop. Sound good?
Fine.
I know.
All right, that's fair.
But this is crucial. Okay, so first things first. For you, Kazir, I'll do this in Alos's voice. So,
All right.
So, from what I understand about this hag, first things first, this book is essentially a dark journal for essentially a demented scientist. I'd assume it'd be the best explanation, but it's more like a hag's trying to figure out immortality. Essentially, hags tend to live with the knowledge, knowing that they're going to die, and hags don't reproduce. They have to turn people into hags. So the best way for them to solve this problem is for there to be an immortal hag, and they seem to be trying to find that answer through using creatures that don't necessarily have a time frame of existence. Essentially, what I understand from this book is this person was trying to study lineages, like understand elves, understand creatures that don't exist in our realm, to try to find a cure for death. The last entry talks about a forgotten god who found a quote-unquote cure for death by becoming an undead immortal known as a lich. The last entry basically states that this hag, whoever it is, found the book. But as far as it goes for the hag that you're looking into, I mean, it does talk about basic hag culture and, like, fond of forbidden magic, always trying to find a way to help themselves do terrible things. But it seems like all hags seem to have a want for immortality, or a want to spread more hags into the world. Maybe both?
He kind of groans a bit and nods. That's I see.
But it doesn't explain why they would steal your wife and try to get you. I mean, what would
Maybe they are trying to turn her into one,
possibly,
along with the other prisoners.
Possibly, but what would they want to do with you? Why go through the whole kit and caboodle to get you and get her and you? Why not just kidnap you first? I mean, you were both in your village, right? This doesn't make sense. I feel like we're missing a piece of the puzzle.
Agreed, he says, kind of thinking.
But, I mean, at least this book gives some knowledge of what hags' interests are. They seem to...
It's been a while, I apologize. Kazir was, like, hunting, right? When the slaves took her, right?
Correct.
Just making sure. It's been a long time since I saw about the base.
Nope, it's all good. When we talked about your backstory, yes, you were out hunting at the time, and your wife was kidnapped, but she wasn't the only one. Several other people in the village were also kidnapped.
Yeah.
But I mean, it kind of seemed like everyone else kind of gave up and had no intentions of trying to hunt them. You're the only one who was like, let's fucking John Wick this shit and start hunting these assholes, trying to find a trail, and essentially it led you to Atharia.
Makes sense.
But it still seems weird, though, that they wouldn't check the rest of the area to see if there were any other people.
That is an odd question, though. Why didn't they try to get me sooner, or anyone else?
I mean
more than just who they did grab.
I mean, it's just... At least this book kind of gives an answer to some things. I mean, it seems hags are very interested in magic, experimentation and understanding other creatures, they also seem to really like eating other things. Ugh.
His ear shivers as well. Does it talk about any weaknesses they might have?
It seems that they do seem to be very egotistical. They seem to really like themselves a lot. They also seem to be willing to bargain for magic. It's the only thing that really seems to interest them. Oh, and eating things. Again.
That's fair.
Ugh. But I feel like there's more to this puzzle we don't know. I mean, what is the hag that took your wife want? I mean, what's her goal? Her end goal? It seems more like pieces than an actual answer.
Agreed.
Honestly, I think we should just keep notes and start trying to piece this puzzle more together. If there's anything I can do to help, Kazir, all you have to do is ask.
I understand. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Especially if a hag's involved. Hex magic is a dangerous thing to begin with. Let alone used in the wrong hands. And with that, the party decides to come together to focus on trying to get as much information about demons. With that being said, let me tell you what you guys find from these books.
Ooh.
Since you combined, not only did you shatter the goal that I had set for you guys, I thought you were like, oh yeah, they'll probably just meet and get just enough information. Fucking assholes, with just Henrik alone got halfway there. Let alone everyone else.
Yeah.
The DC was pretty high with all of you guys. But between fucking Henrik and Blue alone, that's more than half.
Oh, great. Whilst muted and deafened, I meant
That's
to
okay.
say,
That's okay. I'm just basically explaining my frustration with you guys fucking just shattering.
Well, I mean, I rolled 7, so it wasn't that good of a roll.
True, but I mean, between Garnan's 18, Blue's 24, Henrik's 36, and
Yeah.
Alosa rolled a natural 19.
Ooh.
But and everyone else rolled pretty on point. Basic.
Yeah,
I also rolled a natural 19. I just have a -1.
Fair.
Ah.
Yeah.
But you still like
Kark's sitting in the corner just like
Yeah.
dogs.
Yeah, like he's trying to read it, but it's not going very well. So eventually, Blue trades books with him with the book he already read. So Kark can feel included. But I mean, Philman rolled decently. Better say Belwraith rolled decently. Just fuck you guys. Fuck you. So here's what you find out. So basically, you find a lot of origin stories of like where demons come from and like how they came to be. Essentially, there's a long lost story of a creature chained beyond existence that essentially took a shard of creation, shattered it, and created a dimension that was the opposite of creation, destruction, and thus maddening chaos. There are theories that there were creatures born immediately from that gem of creation being destroyed. Essentially, everyone theorizes that it is the princes of the abyss, ones being so powerful that they're beyond the power of other demons, ones to be feared and worshipped. And that's kind of the idea of what you got from all the abyssal lords you've heard of. But there is theories that there maybe even were gods created from this, but these are simply theories. And as far as they understand, there's no god of the abyss. There are only the abyssal lords who rule over it, and the abyssal princes that rule over it. And because the abyss has no structure whatsoever, it's essentially literally a fight for power. Everyone wants power. Everybody wants everything, and it's literally nothing but a dogfight. And with that being said, you guys find out that there are a grand total of 9 lords and princes of the abyss. All of them incredibly powerful, all of them incredibly dangerous. These are ones you guys are already aware of from the various books that you've read, ones that are worshipped. There are others that are mentioned, but there seem to be pretty minor. Some that have been banished from the abyss, some that that actually talk about how they've been freed of the abyss.
Oh, yikes. Oh, yikes.
There's even one particular story that talks about how a group of humans cured a demon.
You're the demon.
Supposedly, according to the book anyway. So one of the books you read, some of these books are also magic theory and how it works. Some of them are stories that have been told, but not enough proof to make them like fully worldwide known story, like big stories. Supposedly, in one of the stories that Henrik reads, there is supposedly an immortal human. This human, supposedly, is actually a demon who was cured. Apparently, what happened was that a demon decided to try to trick humanity into going against each other and possessed a human in order to basically turn the leaders against each other to cause a war because they wanted nothing but mischief and destruction. Essentially, apparently, a group of clerics found out about this. They captured the human and used a spell to trap it inside of it so he couldn't escape.
Oh.
And they decided to experiment on this human to see if there was a way to either kill an abyssal while it's still inside of someone to prevent this from happening again, or maybe even finding a way to essentially kill a demon on the material plane. Apparently, there was a theory that got tested, and it was a critical success and a critical failure at the same time. Supposedly, it cured the demon. Apparently, one of the clerics that captured this demon was also an Azamar.
Oh.
And essentially they had a theory of what would happen if you mix the blood of these two. And so the Azamar purposely forfeited some of their blood and fed it to the demon. It appeared to have a poisonous effect at first. It seemed to be killing the demon while it was still inside of the human. But over time, it's almost as if the abyssal being didn't want death, but wanted more. At first, it wanted nothing more than to kill, to mercilessly murder anyone near it so that it could and cause as much blood and mayhem as possible. But eventually, it got to the point where those blank, pupilless eyes started to come through as if the human was back in control. But the human had all of the memories of the demon. The personality of the demon. This person didn't know how to live as a human. But it essentially was, I guess the best way to explain it is, I think they did something like this in Supernatural, I think, but with human blood and like blessings and all that stuff, and just a lot of stuff like that.
Yeah,
If
they fed a devil human blood.
Yeah, essentially there was a cure for demons possessing humans by giving them blood and like of a human that was praying and all that stuff.
Not the point. D&D.
Not the point.
Yeah.
Anyways, the point is essentially giving a demon angel blood seemed to cause an adverse reaction, and supposedly there's a demon that lives on the material plane as a human, but is immortal because of the fact that they are still a demon.
Interesting.
Theoretically. There's not necessarily any proof of this. I mean, the person no longer has abyssal blood, so like no ichor inside of them, so technically you wouldn't be able to tell that they were a human turned demon, like a demon turned human. Supposedly at least as far as Henrik can tell, the last time this person was heard of was in a city between a city near the capital known as Alderwick. That's kind of all he could tell, and the truth is this was old. Like, this is old information. No one knows if this person's still alive or dead, but as far as they know, I mean, he was immortal. He didn't age. He was still, when they cured him, he was technically still like in his late 20s, early 30s. And when the person who did the ceremony turned old and died, he was still in his 20s and 30s.
Fair.
There are other theories about killing demons and how to permanently kill them on the material plane. Apparently, there's a spell called planar binding, that if you cast that on an abyssal, it binds them to the material plane, so that if you kill them on this plane of existence, it essentially counts as their material plane and kills them, so they don't get reborn as a new demon. You find out about the original onslaught of demons. You found out there was a whole book talking about the Demon Devil War. That,
man, this is so much lore in one episode.
Well, some of this is actually like
Winter, I hope you realize none of us are going to remember this. It's currently 3:30 in the morning, and one of us is already asleep.
I'm writing it all.
I know you are.
Yeah, I'm trying to write down too, but my brain is just struggling to keep up.
I will gladly repeat anything you guys need more information on. Okay?
Probably do that next session.
I absolutely will, but let me just finish this up, okay? Essentially, there's theories and talks about the war between devils and demons, which supposedly, because of the chained being locked outside of existence now, because of where he threw this crystal of destruction, essentially, that created the abyss, it connected to the nine hells. So there's actually a gateway between them at a place known as the River Styx. Essentially a river that goes from the abyss into the nine hells, specifically into its top layer, known as Avernus, essentially the plane of war, and how the demons being born only added to that being the plane of war, as literally it was an onslaught between devils and demons. As the demons kept dying in Avernus, they kept coming back in the abyss and only adding to the numbers once again to come back and attack Avernus. It's essentially an endless war, one that the Lord of the Nine Hells essentially tries his best to seal the gate between them, but there are still many, many experiences of demons getting through. It's a rough place to live. No one likes Avernus. Isn't that right, Wizards of the Coast? But there is one other thing that interests you. According to the books, there are thousands of layers of the abyss. However, there are only 9 lords and princes at any given time of the abyss. There are no other lords or princes other than them. And they rule over specific layers of the abyss.
Oh.
Based on a book on statistical theory and demon analysis, the reason why is there can only be 9 rulers. And in those 9 rulers, there are supposedly 9 thrones that rule over all of the abyss. And according to a theory, based on what they know about the abyss, and talking to warlocks of the abyss, and talking to trying to get as much information from the demons themselves by tricking them, as there are famous wizards who have been able to talk to the abyssal lords. Supposedly, there are supposed to be 10 thrones. The 10th throne is on a realm of the abyss that needs to be created. And supposedly, the 10th throne is supposed to be a throne created by the raw elements.
Oh. Ooh, that's scary.
Anybody trained in Arcana could roll a Arcana check to see if they understand what that means. As players, you
Pretty
probably
much.
you might understand.
Oh. Yeah, that's pretty much only NPCs, I believe, right now.
I would
But
just,
well, kind of.
I
I mean,
would just
Garnet.
have Blue just think of this as we are the elements. But I will go low. Hold on.
But say
That isn't.
I'm not gonna roll because my Arcana is 0.
18.
18.
22.
Wait, what?
22.
So 22. You think about this for a moment. A plane of existence that a throne created from the raw elements put together. It takes you a moment and you think about it, and then it kind of hits you like a ton of bricks. Shit. The material plane is literally the amalgamation of all raw elements put together.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
So the 10th Lord is supposedly supposed to be the ruler of this plane.
Oh, hell.
What Famalden is trying to do, bring the true ruler, the true king.
Supposedly whoever is supposed to be the ruler of this realm. And the only way to do it is by essentially conquering it and infecting it not only with the abyssal, but also to make it part of the abyss itself. And as we all know, one abyssal lord stepping 1 foot in the material plane is enough to cause a cataclysm if they're not careful. What would happen if all of them came? There would be absolutely no chance.
Oh, fuck.
But which would mean now pegs the question: why are there only 9 lords and princes of all the thousands of layers of the abyss? And according to whoever this person is, no name to this research, the theory is that there are only 9 layers that have a true lord because of the fact that there are only 9 gates between the realm of the abyss and the material plane. And the only way to get this person into this, to free this person, at least in the case of bringing them to this realm to free this person, is to open these doors.
Oh, God. Shit.
And they need... So whoever this is essentially theorizes they need all 9. And the only thing you can understand from this, as far as anything else, is that it takes, from what you can understand based on the description of these and all the research that you've been able to do, is that the only way to open there apparently is no exact way to open a gate. It seems to vary. It seems you need to open whatever that gate is supposed to need might be tied to whatever that prince or lord is tied to. Essentially, it's like, oh, this is the abyssal lord of carnage, this is the abyssal lord of rot, this is the abyssal lord of undeath, this is the abyssal lord of, hunting and all that stuff, and bloodlust and all that. So
Yeah.
the theory, nothing to confirm, deny, or anything like that, it's just a theory, because what would be the likelihood of this happening? Is that the gates are tied to whatever that abyssal lord and prince needs and wants and craves to open the door. So the only theory it seems to have on there, as an example, is like, oh, Orcus, the Lord of the Abyssal Prince of Undeath, he would need a literal, like, necropolis at his gate to open a city of undeath. These are simply theories. Nothing to prove them, nothing to verify them, nothing to say they're right or wrong. Because no abyssal lord or prince or any warlock of any demon has ever talked about it. All you have right now are theories. And what you believe is what you believe. But as far as information goes, there are 9 doors from the abyss to the material. And if they want to seat someone on the 10th throne, they need to open all 9 doors. And that is where we're going to end our session for tonight.
Man, so much info at once. And we already had so much going on.
Yep. About to say, fucking hell, guys. About to say, well, I told you, like, this was probably going to be where shit got real. You got
Hop out. I'm really tired.
Sounds like a plan,
Fair.
Wolf. You have a good one, man.
Yeah.
Sleep well.
About to say, I told you guys that this would be probably where it all amalgamates into one clear thing.
Well, it's not one clear thing. It's like 5 different things.
Winter,
Yes.
Sorry.
I typed so much that it's over the character limit.
I'm sorry.
Oh, wow.
About to say, to be
Cut
fair,
pieces.
there's a lot of things that amalgamated into this. And like I said, like Bimp said, it seems it's going to take time to do whatever each of them plan to do. So it's up to you guys in which direction, what you want to do, and what your plan is.
Well, first off, we need to stop the snake from eating them.
Eating the moon.
You gotta stop the snake from eating the moon.
Yeah, that sounds like such a weird thing.
Welcome to mythology.
Yeah.
That's kind of a big thing right now.
Yeah.
So this is what I typed.
Oh, Winter, could you pin that just so that we have it pinned?
Oh,
You have to pin 2
Just the-
things.
No, you could just pin one because then it'll be right next to each other.
Well, yeah. I had to move my fingers really.
Yeah, that's a
My hands are
lot.
cramped now.
That is a lot of typing.
yeah. Which, if we're gonna talk about some things, I will say this: it has some loose base connection to the Wizards of the Coast version of the Abyss, but I added my own twists and turns to it.
That's fair.
Which
is a bigger threat? The flooding of the world or Abyss?
Well, I mean, technically, if he's successful in flooding the world, it would make doing the abyssal job impossible.
True, but then again, if the Abyssals take over, there's nothing to flood even.
Yeah.
But if they need all 9 doors open, if we're able to close one and keep it closed, it'll help
Yeah.
so
but-
much.
It would.
But I mean, it would cause cataclysmic for one to come back, so we'd have to like, yeet.
You'd have to go to all 9 and prevent them from opening.
Exactly.
Well, technically, you'd only have to go to 8.
Yes.
Oh yeah, because Zuckamoid is kind of on our side.
Kind of. As far as you understand, she has no intention of opening the door because there's no reason to. She has her own problems. She has her own
Yeah.
problems.
Yeah,
She has
she's the only one that's kind of like, hey, I'm happy with the way things are.
So,
What
like,
comes to me?
Wait, hold on. That means that on Zucketmore's lair, there are 2 doors.
that would be correct.
Which is
Technically,
Oh.
cool.
technically there's a door for her and a hole for him, or it in this case.
Yeah, that's fair.
A hole, not a door, a hole.
He can't use doors.
No, he can't.
Oh yeah, yeah. A portal.
Essentially.
But they have to open the hole wide enough for him to get through.
Essentially.
Yeah.
For everyone else, it's more along the lines of a portal. It's like, does it seem like a lot?
Right.
Yes, but as I said, it takes all 9.
Hold on.
We probably
Oh,
should help
we
Mary
only
first,
really-
because that's a Neonaga problem, and anything we do to interfere with any part of Neonaga's
Oh.
plans
Well,
will interfere with them.
well, Mary has nothing to do with the Neo-Naga.
I know.
Yeah.
Wasn't Mary taken into? Oh no, never mind.
by the
Different
ch- by-
things.
by
By the
the
Church of Tyr.
which
Yeah,
has
hold on.
seems to have some connection to the Broken Skull.
Oh yeah, yeah. Okay, they have. Yeah, I was combined.
First off, with Jublex, that hole would be really easy to open.
You would think, but
Theory.
you would
It
think
would-
in theory, but you guys don't necessarily
Actually-
know how the doors are open.
No, that would.
We don't.
I'm sure it would be a mix, because his craving is craving. He required,
He's the
food.
Abyssal Lord of Hunger.
Wait,
but that would require a lot of food, which means it needs a good, large place.
Or maybe it's not necessarily food. Maybe it's just hunger, the emotion
I
of
wish I could
hunger,
ask one more question.
like gluttony.
That would be a lot of people starving.
True.
I think I know where it's. I think I know where his point is.
Oh.
Who knows?
Yeah.
I
The
was-
only thing I could think of to open his door would be like just mountains of food.
Or a large group of starving people.
Well, I mean,
But-
it's for. Oh yeah,
starving.
starving. Yeah, it would have to be starving. You're right. I'm derp.
Where on the world would there be starving people in this world? Can't think of a single
Pretty-
place.
Pretty much everywhere,
True.
So-
North,
but
up
yeah,
north.
probably a specific place that I can't think of because I
Oh,
have the memory of a sponge.
no, it's all good. Technically, there are places you guys would know a possibility of where they could be, or places that it could possibly not be.
Yeah, true.
I think it might be where the trolls and the god of Thor is.
Oh
where they worship
yeah.
that, because it's a lot of fighting and stuff. I don't know.
Okay.
Uh,
Would it be?
pardon me.
It's late.
Question: if I wanted to kick Wanderer from here, would it be disconnect?
Don't
Yes,
go
disconnect. I
not
think.
kick.
Okay.
Remember
Yeah.
when you kicked Wealth?
I'm aware. Accidents happen. But no. But no. It like, hey guys, I dropped a lot of stuff on you guys, and it might seem like a lot, but if you really take a step back and think about it, it's not
It
as
is a lot.
It's still a lot, but it's not crazy.
If you really
and it's-
take a step back, it feels like a lot. But if you really take a step back and
It's
look
not-
at it, it's a lot.
It's not a lot, but basically we are dealing with 10 different storylines leading 10 different ways.
And yet,
So-
somehow they're all connected.
But Windsor, well, not,
Well, I mean, the Neonaga hates the Broken Skull, so they're
it's not
fighting
hate,
against. Well, they're going against each other. You know what I mean?
It's fighting for the same land. Much.
Exactly.
And
Or ocean.
and technically, there might be more there than you think.
But I thought that the Neonaga were in conflict with the Broken Skull.
They
who
are. They are. They don't like each other. And in fact, they actually hate each other. But they're
So-
willing to work with each other as if they're like spies for each other. Makes
Oh,
makes sense.
yeah,
No, it's good to know your friend, but it's better to know thy enemy.
yeah. I get what you mean. I just meant my point is, from what I understand, the Neonaga want their guy in command, and the Broken Skull want the Abyssals in command.
Pretty much, yeah.
The Abyssals, him. the true king.
Well, it's a true king, but
Who or whatever
Who-
it might be.
however, it's connected to the abyssals. You know.
No specific information on who, quote unquote, would be the ruler of the 10th throne.
All you
Yeah.
need to know is he is the true king.
Oh God.
That is his name.
And with that being said, there's too much here to be able to just answer. You guys know stuff, but you
Oh,
have
yeah.
no definitions. There's no true answers.
Yeah, exactly.
Isn't it nice that I, have connections everywhere to sending
True.
I need to get more sending stones. Wait,
We should,
okay.
we should see
yeah,
if there's like a sending stone, but that's like general purpose
hold
rather
on.
than just for one for each.
That's not. Winter,
Yes.
remember I sent a note back to Roland asking for
yeah.
a sending stone to talk to him directly instead of sending the note back and forth.
About to say you can
Last time he sent a note to me.
accurate. About to say you can. I mean, you can always send him a message to ask him to do that,
Well,
or you can,
last-
or you could go there.
I can go there. Not really right now.
Not really right now, but I mean, you have a reason to go there.
Yeah, last time when we talked, not really last time, 2 times before I think. It was him sending back
Yeah.
the letter
Oh,
with his own letter and another piece of paper.
don't forget you're still streaming, Winter.
I'm aware. This is just
checking.
this is
I know.
one.
I'll be
Still
right
the-
back.
I can't really remember what I put on the letter because it was a bit ago, but I do remember asking for a sending stone, and then after sending the letter, I cast sending.
I say I freaking like using Roland's voice. I just gotta not have
His,
my.
his voice is nice.
About to say I just gotta not have us freaking like sinuses so I can actually do his voice properly. Because to me in my head he sounds like the cat from the Rescuers.
I need to send Roland a message. 'Cause he's in Alaric with Mom.
I'm back.
Roland's my dad now, I guess.
I mean, to be fair, if he's your dad, I mean, could you really be angry?
No. Blue would be happy.
About to say, just saying, like if he was technically your quote unquote dad, I think Blue would be happier.
That's
Blue-
fair.
Blue would rather have, like, an aunt dad rather than the one he has.
Completely understandable, given the context and situation and all.
I mean, Roland was more of a father figure than Salvador was.
God, I still need to cast sending on Kevlar.
Ask him what's up.
What's up, bro?
What's up, bro?
Hey, biological brother.
I love that lore drop, and you were just like, okay, wait a minute. It's like, what?
Okay, hold on. Bomb drop, stop.
Well, you talk to the guild that actually gets all the information.
Yeah. I need to say hi. I don't have enough spell slots for this.
Yeah.
I'm gonna just cast sending on him whenever we get our. Actually, I can cast sending next session. I'm gonna cast sending on
You're just gonna
because he has that magic letter thing that can send stuff.
keep casting sending until you have no spell slots left.
So
Yeah.
1.
So 1.
I have 1 third level spell slot left.
Shit happens, man.
That's fair.
You chose 3 spells. You chose 3 levels in Rogue. I mean, that's the side effect, my dude.
Yeah, I only need those 3 slots. If I get a sending stone, then that'll.
Fair. But
I'm pretty sure that Henrik or Herma, either of them, same person, forgot he had a sending the uncle dude.
Uncle did.
Oh yeah.
Uncle
Did
did.
He had a one use a day sending stone that he could use on Uncle Dude.
He forgot about it
He forgot about
until you reminded him. And now
yeah.
he now has a reason to bug Uncle did.
Yeah.
it. Send us coffee.
You're actually-
Send us
Yes.
coffee. All right, but as much as talking about Magic Theory would be fun and everything, I think tonight and now is the time to end the stream. So anybody who's still in chat, thank you so much for watching. I hope you did enjoy these antics. There'll be more next Saturday. Thank you guys so much for watching. Also, Rising Skies, I saw you in the chat too. I saw that you're a new name. That's awesome. About to say, hope you all
It's
in the middle of the street, your house. But
That wasn't what I was doing.
I know, but that's what my brain went to. But just me, just you.
fair.
But all of you stay care, stay healthy, and most importantly, I hope you all stay frosty. See you guys.